Testing. Oh. Howdy and good morning, teams. Welcome to the Cowtown Invitational. We're mighty glad to have y'all with us today. I'm the FTC program leader, or one of the FTC program leaders for Texas, and the event director for Cowtown Invitational. My name is Emily DeMille, for those of you who aren't familiar with me. It's my honor, thank you folks. It's my honor to help kick things off for what's sure to be a memorable day of competition, community, and Texas-side spirit. We're gathered here for the Into the Deep presented by RTX and part of the first dive season powered by Qualcomm. Now, before we dive in, let's talk a little bit about what makes Cowtown special. This event was born out of a vision that volunteers from Central, North, and West gathered for in September. We really saw a need for high production, high fidelity events and bigger events within the state of Texas. So we rolled up our sleeves and got to work, and with the help of our incredible community, Cowtown Invitational came to life. Our guiding light is the Cowboy Code and Southern hospitality. Cowtown Invitational celebrates all teams and volunteers by providing a fun, inclusive event that honors our Texas roots and offers opportunities beyond local play. That's the heart of what today is all about. Great competition, strong community, and a chance to celebrate every one of you, the students, mentors, volunteers, and supporters who make this program special. Today, 40 teams will bring their best to the field, showing off months of hard work, creativity, and perseverance. They've designed, built, and programmed some truly impressive robots to take on this year's challenge, Into the Deep, presented by RTX. This game invites teams to explore the mysteries of the ocean and discover how all the pieces of a complex ecosystem work together. It's an underwater adventure, and these robots are ready to make waves. We couldn't host an event like this without our season sponsor, RTX. Their support makes the first experience possible for thousands of students across the globe. Let's hear a quick welcome message from them now.
Welcome First Tech Challenge teams, and congratulations on advancing to this level of the Into the Deep season. Through our collaboration with First, we hope our work motivates you to see what's possible in the depths of our oceans and understand we all play an important role in protecting those waters. Let's look at some of those technologies with my colleague, Julie.
Thanks, Dantea. From 500 miles up in space, the Visible Infrared Imaging Radiometer Suite, or VIIRS, which is what I work on, rides aboard a satellite gathering information about our environment, like ocean chlorophyll levels or algae blooms along the coast. VIIRS is basically just a really fancy camera that's changing the way we see our planet. It has a rotating telescope to gather particles of light called photons that travel through various lenses, mirrors, and detectors to generate data that's used to identify things, like emerging storm patterns. VIIRS' tracking capabilities can increase warning times on approaching hurricanes and forest fires, and this ultimately saves lives. On board a different satellite, RTX's new Glimmer instrument will collect and process information from across the electromagnetic spectrum to get a detailed view of coastal water conditions. Glimmer will provide precise measurements of ocean ecosystems in the Gulf of Mexico, parts of the U.S. coastline, and the Amazon River. These markers can be used to detect coral bleaching and red tide, and will help decision makers rapidly respond to coastal disasters, like an oil spill. Back here on the ground, RTX is optimizing technologies that predict stream flow and flooding to better understand drought and other water quality challenges. Our goal is to help communities become a more climate-ready nation.
These are just a few innovations we're working on to help protect our oceans and our planet. We've already seen a tremendous level of teamwork, ingenuity, and enthusiasm from this season's First Tech Challenge teams. It's truly inspiring, and we look forward to seeing more of your STEM skills in action. You should be so proud of your accomplishments, no matter the result of today's event. I know we truly are. Best of luck, teams.
Thank you, RTX. Now, before we get matches underway, we want to take a moment to recognize some very special folks in the crowd. If you're a current First alumni or a high school student, please stand or wave. Thank you to all of our alumni and our graduating seniors. We see you, we appreciate you, and we can't wait to see what you do next, and we hope you stay involved with FIRST through volunteering and mentoring. I do want to take a quick shout out. For those unfamiliar, I'm an alumni, and once again, volunteer alumni, can you raise your hand? A significant portion of our volunteer crew today are alumni as well. Alumni are our next generation, and so as you're graduating seniors, remember that First Tech Challenge is still around, and we always need volunteers. Before we move on, let's learn more about all of the ways to make the most of your first experience at firstinspires.org/alumni. Let's quickly hear from some of our other alumni about their experiences.
Participants.
An alumni of FIRST programs.
FIRST programs.
Gain access to education.
Amazing career discovery opportunities.
Exclusive connections to scholarships.
Really cool employers.
And ultimately, a place in the FIRST community.
And a place in the FIRST community.
And a place in the FIRST community
For life.
This is a network of people that you get to grow with for your entire career.
As part of our celebration of alumni, we actually had a special social event kind of in conjunction to Cowtown last night. So I want to give a quick shout out to Texas Tech University for hosting the alumni banquet last night. They covered information about TTU scholarships and robotics degrees. If you didn't get a chance to meet with Texas Tech last night, please stop by the Texas Tech booth and go meet with Garrett, and he'll teach you all there is to know about what Texas Tech is doing for robotics. Thank you, Garrett. To every mentor, parent, coach, and volunteer here today, thank you. You're the backbone of the community and the reason why events like Cowtown can happen. We tip our hats to you. Let's also remember to lead with gracious professionalism today. Cheer loud, help each other out, and make this a place where everyone feels welcome. To understand a little bit more about gracious professionalism, let's watch another video.
Gracious professionalism is the positive, kind, and respectful way in which we treat each other. It's the reason that the FIRST community is so special.
It's about balancing competition and cooperation. And it's all about cooperating in a time of manner. Well, even though there's stress, even though there's conflicts, we should always be in a respectful and kind manner to no matter who we are talking to.
In a FIRST setting, it's being nice to your teammates and being willing to lend a helping hand, even if you know, next match you may be competing against them.
Our team tries to use gracious professionalism as an event by always supporting other teams, be willing to lend parts to others, and showing kindness to others no matter the outcome of a match.
I was competing against another team and they had forgot to charge their battery. So I had one that was fully charged and I handed it to them because I wanted it to be a fair match and to make sure that everyone was having fun.
Helping a kid who rarely smiled because he had a rough time light up with joy when he had his first robot move, and that gave me so much joy because I know that made his day, maybe his week, maybe even his year.
I want to be a leader and like a person people can look to for support and help.
You can be a gracious professional both in your everyday life and in your future just by being kind and respectful to everyone and helping everyone out.
I work hard to learn technical skills so that I can help run local events in the community, and I actively mentor others to do the same.
When I go to school, sometimes we have group projects and they're a little bit tough, and gracious professionalism can really help me through that with the collaboration and feedback sessions.
We can, build sort of this ecosystem where everyone is happy and everyone's respecting each other and flourishing together as a family.
All right, one last thing before I hand off to our MC for the day. We are offering free Cowtown merch for a donation to the 2026 Cowtown Invitational event. If you're interested in hats or t-shirts, please stop by Pit Admin. And with that, saddle up because today all of the hard work of the season comes to life in the arena. Good luck to every team, and most importantly, have fun. And now let's give a warm Cowtown welcome to your MC, Alexis Barrientos.
Wow. No pressure at all. It's okay. Hello, everybody. Good day. Welcome to our 2025 Cowtown Invitational. My bad. I'm still waking up. Learning how to read is just a little bit hard in the mornings, but that's okay. We're all here. Again, welcome. We are here ready for everything that's going to happen. This here event is brought to you by our mighty, generous sponsors with PM Robotics, MRI, and First in Texas. So can we give a big all Texas thank you to all three for making this hoedown happen? All right. So I will say right now, we need to update that. We've got about 40 teams of the finest First Tech Challenge teams to be here. We are gathered in one single division, and over the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, we're going to see strategy, skill, and some seriously sharp driving on display. We'll be playing by the standard Into the Deep rules from the competition manual. No outlaws here. You will get fined and put in jail. Just good old-fashioned robot wrangling, and each team will get about 9 qualification matches to show exactly what they're made of. And next, we are going to do some game introductions. So now, every season, First Tech Challenge throws down a fresh new game. This year, as you all know, it's Into the Deep, presented by RTX. Where the robots plunge beneath the surface to discover underwater wonders and maybe rust a few bolts while they're at it. Why don't we watch another video? Maybe.
Welcome to the First Tech Challenge 2024 to 2025 season game, Into the Deep, presented by RTX. 2 alliances of 2 teams each compete to retrieve and score samples into net zones, low baskets, and high baskets. Human players assemble clips onto samples to create specimens, which can be scored on the low chambers or high chambers. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. Following auto is the 2-minute teleoperated period. The last 30 seconds of teleop is the end game. Robots may continue scoring samples and specimens, but can earn additional points by contacting the low rung, achieving a low-level ascent or high-level ascent, or parking in the observation zone. The alliance that earns the most points wins the match.
All right. I do enjoy a good video. Now, once again, I do want to shout out to our amazing judges, if we can give another big Texas applause for them and all of their hard work today. I am going to go over the judging overview just so we are all on the same page and what we're looking for. Here at Cowtown, we're going to do things with a bit of a flair, and that includes our modified judging format. Today, teams will get a 10-minute pit interview with 2 different sets of judges, okay? One team of judges will be focused on team attributes. The other set is wrestling through machine creativity and innovation. On day 2, shortlisted teams will get a follow-up interview, about 5 to 10 minutes, to help our judges figure out who's riding off into the beautiful sunset with those shiny awards. We'll be handing out both the classic First Tech Challenge awards, like Think, Innovate, Connect, and more. And, of course, we got to have some Cowtown elective awards as well. Some of the awards that we're going to be handing out is going to be the Cowtown Roundup Award. This is going to be for the teams that show grit, growth, and gumption, the 3 Gs. Rancher Spirit Award is going for the biggest energy, the biggest smile, and the biggest team energy, as big as Texas itself. And, of course, the Sheriff's Honor Award for embodying the values of gracious professionalism and integrity. A good old Southern hospitality, if you will. So, once again, let's hear it for our judges and their keen sense of sight. one last thing for the technical crew and refs. Just a tip of our hat to our FTAs, CSAs, and robot inspectors. These folks who keep the gears greased and the bots humming. Yeah. And of course, our striped shirt heroes, the referees. They're the law, they're the cops. So if you be breaking the law, they will call you out. If you've got questions, please mosey on over to the question box and your answers will be waiting for you. And of course, we are also doing raffles, trials, and some booth bonanzas? Bonanzas. I'm still learning how to read. I'm still waking up. Now, let me hear it. Who's feeling lucky? We've got raffles galore, and this year's Cowtown, we've got the Rev Robotics gift card giveaway. So $100 is going to go to the Most Spirited Award winner. We've got the Winning Alliance and the Cowtown Roundup Award winners. The Heart of Texas Robotics raffle, score big by wrangling the neutral Clark and Peggy samples that we mentioned earlier in your matches. And every successful score earns a raffle entry. We will have 5 lucky teams who will win $100 donations. So award winners will be announced during the breaks on both today and tomorrow. And of course, now we move on to our wagon trail winnings. You got to stamp your car at each booth along the innovation trail, fill that card up, and turn it in for a chance at prizes from the Go Builda and Swift. And don't forget the innovation trail itself. Visit booths from Rev, Swift, UTA, Texas Tech, and our other amazing sponsors. Play games, explore tech, and connect with folks who might just be your future mentors, employers, or even collaborators. If you want more info, stop by the Innovation Trail information booth. It's on your map. Go find it. And now for the mentors and coaches. Let's not forget the adults who heard these teams through thick and thin. A huge thank you to all the members and coaches out there. Y'all are the backbone of FIRST and the heart of this here roundup. All right, I'm sure y'all are kind of tired of hearing me talk, so I'm gonna leave you off with one more little bit, okay? So now we're gonna go on to the safety and well-being, because there are robots involved. There's competition involved. Things might happen, you don't know. Now, before we dive into the matches, we gotta be safe. Both be kind you can see and kind you can feel. First, can I get y'all a point north? That's a good question, because I don't know where north is. I can't see the North Star, so it's over there. Awesome, awesome. Everybody got that right. You guys win. Emergency exits are located there. Please, if in case of an emergency, calmly, slowly exit the building. We will get you all safe if an emergency does happen. Don't panic. If you're scared, take a moment and find the nearest exit. Fire extinguishers should be placed nearby just in case. And of course, first aid station will be here on the field. So teams, if y'all need to, please go over and see the first aid. And pit admin, yes. So first aid on the field, pit admin, if you need to go see that. For any incidents, please report to the pit admin. Like I said, we will take care of y'all. And if you can, do not pass a red barricade while you're trying to get to the first aid station. Okay. The national anthem. Okay. Alrighty. And now with that, we will head on to the national anthem, all right?
All right, teams, are y'all ready to dive into the deep? Teams in match 1, saddle up and take the field. Let's get this show on the road and kick off the 2025 Cowtown Invitational. May your code be clean, your bots be fast, and your alliances mighty. Thank y'all. You can pick up match schedules at Pit Admin.
Piss. Which one's this one? The yellow flower? Yellow rose? Yellow rose. Alrighty, now I'm going to announce the first teams over here on the Yellow Rose field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 18900 See No Evil from Lubbock, Texas, and their pals, 22344 Catfish from Arlington, Texas. And going against them with the Blue Alliance, we've got 26949 Royal Society of Robotics from Norman, Oklahoma. And their pals, 23361 Cosmobotics from Austin, Texas.
All right, so this middle part's the submersible. Yeah. And then you have yellow, blue, and red samples. Okay. Yellow are alliance neutral, so anyone can get them. But they can't be turned into specimen. Specimen is when you add a clip onto a sample.
We don't have any. I mean, so I let him play? Let him go.
So the yellows can't, the yellow and
There you go.
all right, we'll start again. Okay, blue line. All right, we're getting launched here over on the Yellow Rose field. 26949 Royal Society of Robots has scored 2 yellow samples in autonomous already. We have their alliance partner, Cosmobots, trying to turn out some specimen. They got 1 scored. Can they get another 1 scored? Oh, not only did they not score 1, they dropped the specimen they previously scored into their robot, which may cause them trouble during the teleoperated period. Royal Society Robots goes to try to pick up a yellow sample, but misses, and is not able to do anything. And that is the end of
Driver,
autonomous.
pick up your
It
controller.
looks like Cosmobotics may
two,
have gotten the
one.
specimen out of their robot. We'll see how that fares for them during the teleoperated period. Unfortunately, Team 22344 Catfish is stuck on their hind wheels, but their alliance partner 18900 See No Evil is working on scoring yellow samples. Royal Society of Robots already has 4 samples, and they're going for a 5th. Their partner Cosmobotics is working on scoring additional specimen. I think they may still have stuff stuck in there, though, based on the referees' counts. On the Red Alliance side, 18900 See No Evil is working on getting more samples scored. Their alliance partner is still stuck. It appears that the FT is unable to do anything. They're stuck on the field wall. Man, Blue Alliance is over here just scoring as many yellow samples as possible. Cosmobotics is still trying to figure out how to get specimen, but it seems like they're still having problems with their intake. And Catfish gets off the wall. We love to see this kind of play in the First Tech Challenge games. They're working on getting moving. Over on the Blue Alliance, we're still chugging away on that high basket with the yellow samples and blue samples. Cosmobotics is still trying to get specimen made, but it looks like they may be having a problem with their intake. 18900 is over on the Red Alliance side. They try to score in the low basket, but they drop their yellow sample. Meanwhile, Royal Society of Robots is over here churning away. Catfish goes to pick up a yellow sample. They drive over to the net zone. See No Evil is trying to score a yellow sample. They score again, but it drops out of the net zone and doesn't score for points. Blue Alliance has 10 samples in the high basket over here. Cosmobotics has started getting specimen onto the hanging basket. For those of you who don't recall from the previous match play video, on the submersible here, which is the center structure, teams can turn samples into specimen using clips and score on the high rungs. And in game, we only have 1 robot suspended. Good match, teams.
So what's the point of them, like the robots, like hoisting themselves at the end?
It's like
So it's just like a little like pizzazz.
So like this robot over here, I can't tell if there's tissue bar, so it's like 3 tiers. It's like if you touch the low bar,
Yeah.
which is not the rungs, Juan. So if they touch it, they get. Alright, we're good. Go ahead. Just say. What was the scores for match 1?
All right, and now let's look at the scores for match 1. And the Blue Alliance takes that one.
Do you want me to announce like the actual scores or just? No, you're good. You can go ahead and introduce mine.
All right, now we're going to move on to the next match over here on field 2. With the Red Alliance, we've got 28921 Icon Innovators from Plano, Texas. And their buddies, 22077 Marcus Minions from Flower Mound, Texas. And with the Blue Alliance, we've got 19956 the Mayhem Performance Robotics from Bushland, Texas. And their pals, 6832 Iron Rain from Dallas, Texas.
It's you. No, it's Ingrid. Ingrid, you can come. All right, we're started over here on the Bluebonnet field. Robots are moving right away in autonomous period. We have 2 yellow samples, one on the Red Alliance side, one on the Blue Alliance side. Marcus Minions and Bushland are going as hard as possible on their respective alliances to get things scored. We've got Bushland trying to go for a second sample, but they've missed. Marcus seems to be having the same problem over on the Red Alliance side of the field. All right, we're ending the match with robots touching over onto different parts of the field, but not a lot of scores.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
We're about tit for tat here
3,
in the
2, 1.
match 2. All right, and we're off with the tele-operated period. 19956 Mayhem from Bushland is trying to grab samples. Marcus Minions had some technical difficulties, but are getting started back up, getting moving on the Red Alliance side. Their alliance partners, Icon Innovators, are working on grabbing a red specimen to score onto the submersible. 6832 Iron Rain is moving their robot. I'm not sure what they're doing. Meanwhile, their alliance partners over here with 4 yellow samples in the high basket, and they're working on a 5th. 22077 is also working on scoring yellow samples on the Red Alliance side of the field. They get a 4th. Bushland tries to score a 5th, but drops it onto the Blue Alliance net zone. Icon Innovators is working on getting another specimen. It looks like they dropped the one they picked up earlier, but they're working on scoring one more, and they get it. 6832 is pushing Blue Alliance samples into the observation zone to turn into specimen. Meanwhile, Bushland has scored another sample. We're kind of neck and neck on this. Red Alliance is in the lead, but they're scoring as fast as possible. Marcus Minions went to World Championship earlier this season, so they may have a competitive edge. They're working as fast as possible to get more samples scored into the high basket on the Red Alliance side. Icon Innovators has scored a 3rd specimen for Red Alliance. They're working on getting a 4th. Bushland is chugging away, trying to get as many samples into the high basket as possible. Iron Rain is lining up to grab a specimen. Let's see if they can get it. Another sample for the Blue Alliance, and another sample for the Red Alliance, thanks to Marcus Minions, and another specimen. We're at 5 specimen over here for Icon Innovators. Congratulations, y'all. 6832 is still working on picking up a specimen on the Blue Alliance side. Their alliance partners, 19956 Mayhem, have scored another sample. We're at the end of the match. Can people get suspended? And Icon Innovators is suspended at the end of the match. Good match, teams.
All right, while we're waiting for the teams and the scores to come in, I'm going to go ahead and announce our 3rd match of the day. Over here on the 3rd field with the Red Alliance, we've got 12398 Bobcat Robotics from Dimmitt, Texas. And their pals, 23778 Icon Robotics of Plano, Texas. And over with the Blue Alliance, 7172 Technical Difficulties with Plano, Texas. And their pals, 10055 Momentum from Houston, Texas. All right, we got the scores from the previous match. Let's see. And the Red Alliance wins that match. Good job, teams. Good job.
All right, we're about to get started over here on the Sunflower Field. This is just a reminder to teams that we do have a lot of giveaways if you participate in the Innovation Trail, Wagon Trail winnings. We want this to be a fun event for teams, so please make sure to interact with Innovation Trail. Thank you. All right, we're waiting for the referees to set up over here. You're counting, Joe. Yes. All right, we're off over here on the sunflower field. All teams are a go during the autonomous period. 7172 has scored 1 specimen already on the Blue Alliance side, and their partners 10055 Momentum is working on getting a sample scored. Over on the Red Alliance side, 12398 has scored 1 yellow sample and is working on scoring another. Meanwhile, their alliance partner is working on scoring specimen.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
All right, scores are getting updated here shortly.
3, 2, 1.
All right, we're started in teleoperated period. On the Blue Alliance side, 7172 is working on getting more specimen made. On the Red Alliance side, team 23778 is also making Red Alliance specimen. Team 10055 looks like they're trying to score yellow samples, but maybe having a hard time with their robot based off of their head shaking. Team 12398 is trying to score a yellow sample, but they get tripped up on a different yellow sample. Meanwhile, 7172 is chugging away, trying to score as many blue samples as possible. Team 10055 may benefit from an FTA. It seems like they're having some technical issues or technical difficulties. Ha ha. 7172 is still working on scoring more blue specimen. Over on the Red Alliance side, Dimmitt's been working on getting as many yellow samples into the high basket as possible. 10055 looks like they may be in violation of multiple control. Team 23778 goes to score a red specimen, and they manage to do so. They're going to score another one. They get caught up with a Blue Alliance robot briefly, but they continue to score. Dimmitt is chugging away, trying to get as many yellow samples. They're getting some scored and dropping some out of the field. And 7172 is on sample number 8 right now. Red Alliance and Blue Alliance are sort of neck and neck. 1055 still trying to score a yellow sample. We'll see if they can get suspended at the end of the game. Team 23778 continuing to score red samples, and we have blue specimen on the Blue Alliance side going up. 7172 scores a yellow sample and continues to chug away. No teams appear to be lining up for the suspend except for Momentum. Oh, Dimmitt almost falls over but recovers, and that is the end of the game. Congratulations, teams.
All right, now that we're going to wait for the scores for that match, I'm going to go ahead and announce the next match of the day over here, back on the field 1, on the beautiful, beautiful yellow rose field with the Red Alliance. Let's hear it out for 11719 Iron Hook from Lubbock, Texas, and their pals 3734 Iron Giant from Dallas, Texas. And over with the Blue Alliance, got 19955 Robo Rangers from Bushland, Texas, with their pals 11986 Code Blue, also from Bushland, Texas. Let's hear it out for these teams.
Side. It's this.
Cowtown? She goes, no.
All right, we got the scores ready from that previous match. And the Blue Alliance wins that previous match. Let's give them a round of applause.
All 4 robots moving in the autonomous mode here at Cowtown. We got 1 sample in the basket on the Blue Alliance, 2 samples now on the blue high basket on the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance successfully hanging at least 1 clip. Will the robot be able to hang another clip up there on the high chamber? And it does. Both red robots seem to have stopped motion with 1 parked in the corner. With just 6 seconds left on the match, one of the samples unable to make it onto the high chamber.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Now for the driver-operated controlled period of the game. All 4 robots moving, each coming in to collect their samples out of the submersible and putting them into the high basket. Human player working on turning them into specimens 1 at a time in a flow over here on the Blue Alliance. Seeming quite an even ability of robots on both sides, with one side able to score more efficiently over here on the blue side. Will the Red Alliance be able to make up the difference in the next minute and 20 seconds left in this game? We shall see. Seems like the human player over here on the Blue Alliance is just getting all of the samples ready for a quick turnaround in the next minute or so. 37-34 seeming to be stuck on trying to get that specimen on the high chamber. Let's see if they're able to do it. And when they do, we're going to be very proud of them. And we're going to give them an applause for that. High basket over here on the Blue Alliance getting full. Oh, and 37-34 has a red specimen stuck in their robot. Will they be able to push it out with just 45 seconds left here on the match? Blue Alliance 19955 just going to start hanging one specimen after the other on the high chamber. I think this match is going to be a Blue Alliance win, but we shall see. Could we have some hanging possibly coming up here in a bit? We are now in what used to be called the end game in the last 30 seconds of the match. That high basket just keeps getting more and more and more full. We have a red robot trying to hang on the second level ascent, and it does hang, and it is now hanging on the ground, but something is dangling off of it. It will be up to the referees to figure out if that is actually a legal hang or not. We shall see.
All right, good job, teams. We are going to wait for the scores from that match. I'm going to go ahead and announce the next match for the day over here on the Blue Bonnet field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 21932 Forged in Iron from Flower Mound, Texas. And their buddies 13755 RoboCat from Dimmitt, Texas. And with the Blue Alliance, we've got 19587 Epic Odyssey from Plano, Texas. With their pals 25943 Hive Robotics from Spring, Texas. Give these teams a good old round of applause. Hold on. We are going to be re-announcing from match 3s because we've got an updated score from that one. So give us 1 second, okay? All right, this is the score from match 3, updated for y'all. And it's the Blue Alliance with the updated scores. All right, and then we are going to announce the scores from match 4. And Blue Alliance wins match 4. Round of applause. Awesome, awesome.
The match begins. All 4 robots moving autonomously on their own. Red Alliance robot misses the basket, but at least it lands in the net zone. 25-943 seems to be stopped in its spot. 19-587 pushing in blue samples into the human player area for efficient clipping. 21932 able to hang 2 specimens in the autonomous round. Will they get the third? And they do. And that's the end of the autonomous mode.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Driver operator period. Robots coming in to pick up their elements. Red Alliance pushing red elements into the human player area, hanging one at a time. 9587 going in for their specimen, most likely to try to hang it on the high chamber. And they do. 13755 doing a little dance. They got stuck on a yellow specimen. They're trying to get off of it. Hopefully their little dance will get off of it, and they were able to get off of it. 21932 hanging their 5th sample, 6th sample now on the high chamber. And we have our first element scored in a high basket here in this game at 1 minute and 10 seconds left. 21932 trying to find a little room for its specimen up there on the high chamber. 13755 back in business, working on that high basket. Already gotten 3 in the last 20 seconds or so. Will they be able to fill that high basket with as many specimens as possible before the end of the game? Looks like the Red Alliance has the majority of specimens hung on the high chamber, but 19587 still just methodically adding 1 specimen after the other on their blue high chamber as well. And 1 more sample scored in the high basket with the last 30 seconds now of the match beginning. 21932 still going with their specimen strategy by bringing stuff to the human player, and their partner starting to score just as much as they can in that high basket. Will any of the robots try to ascend in the next 10 seconds? And it looks like we over here on the Blue Alliance, we have 1 robot off the ground. Red Alliance has 1 robot off the ground, maybe, depending on where that wire lands. And 21932 parks, 25943 out of commission.
All right, while we're waiting for the scores from match 5, I'm going to go ahead and announce our wonderful teams for match 6 over here on the Sunflower Field. With the Red Alliance, 27619 Quantum Quarterbacks from Capel, Texas. And their pals, 13072 Fellowship of the Robot from Rockwall, Texas. And over with the Blue Alliance, 21693 Ikan Iv of MCC from Friendswood, Texas. And their pals, 23344 Technical Turbulence from Plano, Texas. Let's hear it out for these teams. We're still waiting on scores from the previous match. Wait. All right, and now from the scores from the previous match. Awesome, and the Red Alliance wins that match. Let's hear it out for those teams.
All right, welcome to the Sunflower Field. 3 of the robots in motion during autonomous mode. 23344 just pushing 1 blue sample after the other so that they can make specimens, and going to go try hang as many as possible. Wow, what a fast robot that is. Fellowship of the Robot working on the high basket strategy here in autonomous mode. Woo! That robot is as fast as the tornado on their shirts. I think that's the most specimens scored on the high chamber and autonomous
pick
that
up
I've
your
seen yet
controllers.
today.
3, 2, 1.
27-619, moving a little early before the game starts. The referees will decide accordingly if that gave them an advantage or not. 13-0-72, trying to get their sample out, but it just bounces out of their basket. Oh, 21-693 has a dangling wire coming out of the robot. Hopefully they don't cause a functionality issue with their controls due to that. 23-344, moving like a tornado, as I said earlier before. They are just trying to get as many blue samples as they can for their human player to make as many specimens as possible. And the human player counting out how many blue samples he's gotten so far. He has gotten 8, he says. Great strategies for them to communicate with each other. 21-693, are they going to be able to score that into the high basket? And hopefully they do, and it looks like it falls out, and it just lends back. It was so close, so close. But at least they have 2 in their net zone. Blue Alliance still winning despite the struggles of 21-693. Fellowship of the Robot working on as many specimens as possible in the high basket. Those add up real quickly, and they're pretty efficient to get into those baskets. Red Alliance coming on over to the Blue Alliance side for some reason. I don't know if they're trying to interfere with the other side's progress, but they seem to be kind of close and possibly blocking the Blue Alliance from getting into their zone. (27-6-193) being a nuisance to 23-44, trying to slow them down. I don't think they're going to slow them down enough to prevent them. Ooh, Red Alliance touching the blue robots as they were in their zone. Both blue robots are going to go for the hang. With just 5 seconds left, 23-44-4. Up on the top, and Fellowship of the Robot just at the last moment goes to the very top. Oh, yeah.
I don't know why 7 loaded late, and I'm worried about it.
Good. Go get your tablet.
You're an announcer now?
Now I've always been an announcer. Fair. I have UISA championship for All right, ready to introduce the teams?
We still waiting on the scores from the last one?
Still waiting.
Okay. All right, while we're waiting for those scores, I'm going to go ahead and announce the teams for the next beautiful match over here on the Yellow Rose Field. With the Red Alliance, we've got Aquanauts 14637 from Lubbock, Texas. And their pals 26722 Tech Support from North Richland Hills, Texas. And with the Blue Alliance, we've got Icon Robotics M12 from Plano, Texas. And their pals 25950 Rusty Crabs from Plano, Texas as well. Let's hear it out for these teams. All right, we've got the scores from that previous match. Let's see the scores right now. And the Blue Alliance wins that previous match. Let's give them a round of applause.
Whenever you're ready, Peggy. All right, we're good. You may begin the match. All right, Blue Alliance moving forward with both robots. 26-7-22 going in for a park, a side park as we like to call that. Oh man, it looks like there was a specimen on top of a sample. 25-950 pushing in another sample to get turned into a specimen. Trying to get as many of those blue specimens as possible. Parking at the end. We have one
Drivers,
sample in the
pick
high
up your
basket of the
controllers.
Blue Alliance.
3, 2, 1.
21-71 trying to hang on the low basket, which is not a scoreable thing this year. Their intake system is very fast, but it's kicking out the sample sometimes. We got to make sure there's no projectile motion. The head referee is warning M12. 26-7-22 with an arm that's waving around is trying to get that sample up there into the high basket. Will they be able to get it? Oh no, having difficulties. Hopefully they can get it in there as soon as possible. FTA. 21-171 finally getting a sample in their thing. Will they be able to get it into that high basket? Really beautiful robot. Able to get 2 samples into the high basket, now working on getting that 3rd sample in. While their partner, the Rusty Crabs, is just focusing on throwing specimens across the field. 26-7-22 down for the count. The FTA is working on possibly turning the robot on, but it sounds like the robot accidentally got turned off. It's a wire or something. 21-171 just throwing things around with their intake system. 14-6-37 taking the burden of the Red Alliance now that their partner is completely turned off. 30 seconds left in the game. Oh, Blue Alliance knocking a specimen outside of the field. Rusty Crabs are still having an amazing time trying to get those specimens on that high chamber. 21-171 accidentally collects a specimen out of the submersible. I think they intend on hanging, which they do on the first level. Will they try to hang on the second? No, not enough time, and that's the end of the match.
Awesome, awesome. Again, once we're waiting for these scores from that match, I'm going to announce our next team over here on the Blue Bonnet field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 26876 Ikan girls from Plano, Texas. With their pals 19564 Ikan Robotics Team Tawasa from Plano, Texas as well. And over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 26339 Mittens from Stafford, Texas. With their pals 17294 Overdrive Robotics from Frisco, Texas. Let's hear it out for these teams. All right.
And the score is.
Do we have the score? We have the score. I was looking for you, Erica. I'm like, where's your hands? You're good. And the Blue Alliance wins that previous round. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Oh, wait. We're going to pause. director says we're going to.
Teams, we are paused right now for match 8 because team 26339's driver hub disappeared from the charging station. If we can have all teams check their driver hubs right now and confirm that you do not have team 26339's. If you have it, please return it to pit admin. Thank you.
We're going to play match 9.
You can just tell 9 they're up next.
All right, so while we're waiting for that to be settled, we are going to take a pause from match 8 and actually move on to match 9. We will come back to match 8 once everything is good and ready to go. So over here on the Sunflower Field, with the Red Alliance, we've got 27468 Ikan Robotics of Saxe from Saxe, Texas. And they have their pals 26644 Gear Minds Tech Team from Frisco, Texas. And with the Blue Alliance, we've got 23465 Hebron Robotics Team from Carrollton, Texas, with their pals 25783 Tech Titans from Frisco, Texas. Let's hear it out for match 9.
So can we play now? Are they ready? All right. All right. All right, we're doing our early match number 9, so that match 8 gets their act together with their missing driver hub. Hopefully they'll all be able to play. In the meanwhile, 25-7-83 just efficiently getting all those blue samples into the human player area to get all of those specimens scored during autonomous. Will they be able to get all 5? We shall see. 27-4-68, scoring invisible samples into the basket. Leaving
Drivers,
the
pick
Blue
up your
Alliance with a
controllers.
53-point lead as we go into the
3,
tele-op
2,
operated period.
1.
All 4 robots moving. Now their partner is seeming to contribute by putting as many yellow samples as they can into the high basket over here on the Blue Alliance. 27-4-68 drops their sample, but they pick it up really fast to try to score it into their high basket. Keeps falling out. (26-6-44) working on getting that red sample. What they plan on doing with it, it's not clear yet. Keep running into the submersible. ITCAN team able to now just more efficiently score as many samples as they can into that high basket. 25-7-83. Just getting as many specimens ready as possible, probably for a quick turnaround up here in a second. 25-7-83 trying to get that sample, and it just falls out of its fingers. Seems like the Blue Alliance is leading this match, but the Red Alliance are doing as much as they can to score as many points as possible to make the most of this game for themselves. 25-7-83 going now for all of their specimens. With 30 seconds left, will they be able to score every one of them that they prepared? Missing the high chamber, but they are able to go back. Looks like Red Alliance picking up the slack by putting as much as they can into that high basket. Every robot doing their best job to try to do as much as they can in the next 10 seconds. Looks like the match is going to be in favor of the Blue Alliance, with the Blue Alliance now hanging, the Red Alliance hanging, and that's the end of the match.
All right. While we're waiting for match 9 scores to be tallied up, let's head back to match 8, and I can reintroduce these teams once again. We're the red. All right. Actually, we're going to give match 8 some more time, and we're actually going to be moving on to match 10 over here on the Yellow Rose Field. For match 10, for the Red Alliance, we've got 10-3-5-4 Mustangs from Sugar Land, Texas, with their pals 2-1-4-6-2 Data Not Found from Henderson, Texas. Over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 2-8-9-2-0 Itgun Stars from Plano, Texas, with their pals 2-7-8-5-9 Itgun ICBC Ravenbots from Cedar Park, Texas. Let's give it a round of applause for these teams. All right, let's see the scores from match 9. And the winner for match 9 is the Blue Alliance. Let's give them a round of applause.
All right, friends. Looks like it all got sorted here. For the sake of flow, we're going to play match 8. Welcome to the long-awaited for match number 8, which is now a fair game, 2 robots versus 2 robots on the field. 17294 going to try to even out the specimens on the high chamber, and then they surpass the Red Alliance. But it looks like 19564 trying to fill that high basket, but throwing invisible elements. And that's the end of the autonomous mode.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And thank goodness we have 4 moving robots in this match. And oh, it looks like something flew out of 26339's robot. Hopefully won't be destroyed in the match. 19564 now able to score all of those yellow samples into their high basket, putting them into a clear lead. But the Blue Alliance still has a lot of specimens awaiting to be hung onto the high chamber. And it looks like we have more and more samples being scored as the Blue Alliance is preparing as many specimens to be hung on the high chamber. 19564 is just trying to fill that high basket with as much possible things. Looks like the blue robot is died in the middle of the Red Alliance area of the field, or is purposely just trying to sit there to be a nuisance to the Red Alliance so that they have to drive around them. A lot of defensive strategy. Blue Alliance now going to go and score as much as they can in the next 40 seconds on that high chamber. They're just going to go one after the other, and those points are going to start racking up on the Blue Alliance. We do not know whose game it's going to be, especially with the last 30 seconds. All robots are now able to hang if they choose to do so. Possible penalty on the Blue Alliance for blocking. With just 16 seconds left, we got to say that that high basket is quite full of samples. The Blue Alliance able to hang the majority of their specimens in these 6 seconds. Will it make the difference? We shall see. And of course, no robot deciding to go for the hang in match number 8.
All right, now we patiently await the scores from the much anticipated match 8, I would say. We've got the score from match 8. Let's see that right now. Match 8 winner is the Red Alliance. Moving on to match 10.
And it looks like the Red Alliance are the only ones going to be moving during autonomous. Controlling more than one seems to be a foul that got on the Red Alliance there. 21-462, retracting their slide, trying to grab another sample, knocking it off balance, probably confusing its autonomous code. 10-354 has a sample stuck in their robot, a specimen actually.
Drivers, pick up your
which
controllers.
will be very difficult for
3,
gameplay until they get
2,
rid of that
1.
specimen. With that, the Blue Alliance moves ahead with an advantage due to the amount of parking that they did. 27-859 has a sample in their claw. Will they be able to score it? Robot seems to have a rubber band mechanism, which is not clear to me exactly its function. Will it be able to score in the basket? 21-462 tilted off the ground. Its arm is pushing itself up. In the meanwhile, 28-920 more efficiently will be able to score specimens, probably on the high chamber here in a second with what they have. And they're going to go for it. And the crowd's going to go wild when they score it. Oh, hopefully they can get it on there. Let's give it up for the Blue Alliance for being able to get that specimen on that high chamber. (28-920) going in for another specimen up there on the high chamber. 21-462 seems to be down for the count. Not sure exactly if they are considering themselves disabled or waiting for the last moment to maybe move. It looks like they're putting their controllers down. Something went wrong. 27-859 scoring 2 things into the net zone. Oh, and I hear some gear grinding over here on the 28-920 robot. Hopefully they can deal with that issue in the pits later. 15 seconds left on the match. Will we have a hanging robot? We were hoping so. 10-354 just goes for a level 1 ascent by putting their arm on the bar. 28-920 unable to go and get the specimen. The match is over.
Awesome, awesome. Waiting for the scores for that match. Moving on to match 11, I will announce the teams over here on the blue bonnet field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 23-361 Cosmobotics from Austin, Texas. With their pal 6832 Iron Rain from Dallas, Texas. Over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 19955 Robo Rangers from Bushland, Texas. With their pals 27619 Quantum Quarterbacks from Capel, Texas. We have the score from the previous match. It is the Blue Alliance wins match 10. Moving on to match 11.
You didn't ask them? Wow.
All right, score table. Good? All right, let's start this shit again. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, over here on the blue bonnet field, 2 specimens scored on the high chamber almost nearly immediately. I blinked and they were already there. 19955, probably one of the most efficient robots here on the field today. 23361, giving them a run for their money though. It seems like we have equal ability on both sides. 23361 knocks off the specimen from the high chamber. It's lodged in their robot.
Drivers,
hopefully they'll be able to get rid of it without having
3,
to control more
2,
than 2.
1.
The robot accidentally turned off. Seems like that turned off their robot. Looks like 68-32 is going to have to pick up the slack for the Red Alliance as they score things into the high basket. In the meanwhile, 27-61-9, scoring also in the high basket with 4 specimens up in there. Bushland High School's robot just putting samples into that zone. Human player putting as many specimens as he can make onto that wall. The robot-human interaction is quite amazing over there in the Blue Alliance. 68-32 drops a sample into the net zone, at least some point for having a sample in the zone. And now 19-9-55 going one specimen after the other on the high chamber. Notice as they hang it, they scoot it to the left so that there's plenty of room for them to hang onto that high chamber. What an efficient robot. 68-32 trying to get one more sample in before the end game starts. Will it get it into the high basket? Iron Man able to throw that piece right into the high basket just in the right amount of speed. 68-32. What is their strategy at this point? We will see. 19-9-9-55 hanging so many specimens on the high chamber. They're now transitioning their strategy to putting as much as they can into this high basket in the next 5 seconds. They're parking. They're going to try to hang. It's barely hanging on, and it hangs at the last moment.
All right, tallying up the scores from that match. You're going to move on and announce our match 12 teams over here on the Sunflower Field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 26722 tech support from North Richland Hills. With their pals, 19956 Mayhem Performance Robotics from Bushland, Texas. Over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 13072 Fellowship of the Robot from Rockwall, Texas. With their pals, 10055 Momentum from Houston, Texas. Just waiting on those scores from the previous match. Just waiting on scores. All right, let's see the scores from the previous match. And the winner is the Blue Alliance. And we are seeing the highest score of the day so far. And on to the next match.
All right, welcome everyone. I can't believe it's already match number 12 here today at Cowtown. Hopefully everyone's having fun. 13072 working on that high basket strategy as they do. Seems like they got their autonomous code working now to get as many as they can into that high basket. 19956, also a very clear competitor here, dumping as much as they can into their high basket. 19956 coming in for the park. With 1 second left, that's the end of autonomous mode.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And it's nice to see all 4 robots moving in this game. Looks like the Blue Alliance, so they're going to share the responsibility of filling the high basket with as much as they can as their strategy. Team 19956, Mayhem, is trying to possibly work on getting as many red samples to the human player as possible, possibly for a specimen hanging strategy later in the game. It could be anyone's game. We have 67 points on the Blue Alliance with only 52 in the red. It looks like the Fellowship of the Robots throwing elements out of the field. I guess that robot is just really, really fast and unable to get. Oh, it looks like they score a one of the. I think that's the Clark. That's the Clark specimen scored in the high basket. I'm not quite sure what that means. And they score a blue. All right, robots coming in for more specimens out of their submersible. 13072 has diverted to even scoring the blue samples into their high basket. Looks like the Blue Alliance is going to abandon any specimen hanging strategy. Will the Red Alliance be able to hang one of their specimens that they've been working on so diligently this entire match? Hopefully we can see them hang those 5 specimens in the next 25 seconds. Make me a believer is what I would like to say to them.
You had a yellow down here.
And 13072 continuing forward and scoring as much as they can to that high basket. 19956 going in for their first specimen on the high chamber, and it just flies off. All that preparation. Will they be able to get something done in the next 4 seconds? Fellowship of the Robot doing a level 3 ascent. Give a hand for them. That's amazing. Give a hand for all 4 teams here in match 12.
All right, that was match 13. We're going to be waiting for the scores to tally in from that one. Oh, sorry. That was match 12. We're waiting for the scores for match 12. We're moving on to match 13. All right, over here on the Yellow Rose field, going to announce the Red Alliance 22344 Catfish from Arlington, Texas, with their pals 13755 RoboCat from Dimmitt, Texas. And with the Blue Alliance, we've got 19564 Ikan Robotics Team Tawasa from Plano, Texas, with their pals 23344 Technical Turbulence from Plano, Texas. I'm waiting on scores. All right, let's see the scores from match 12. Winner for match 12 is the Blue Alliance. All right, moving on to match 13.
And we all know 13 is an unlucky number. Hopefully this match won't be unlucky at all for any of the teams here today. Let's see who's going to win on the Yellow Rose field. And the match begins. All robots charging forward, especially 23344 charging forward at maximum speed. 19564 seems to get their autonomous code running a little bit more efficiently in this match, and they're able to score things now into the high basket. 23344, like the tornado on their t-shirt. I'm going to say that again and again all throughout the day. They are just swiftly putting more and more specimens on. We do have a park, though, over here on the Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Will Catfish be able to get unstuck from the submersible? They dropped their element. In the meanwhile, the Blue Alliance have split the strategy. It looks like Technical Turbulence is working on hanging specimens, and their alliance partner putting as much as they can in that high basket. The perfect combination of 2 teams working together. In the meanwhile, over here on the Red Alliance, trying to get things put into the human player zone so that they can possibly hang these specimens, which will be advantageous for the Red Alliance if they can hang as much as possible in the next minute and 20 seconds. 13755 has quite a funny arm there that just whacks the specimens, whacks the samples into the station for the human player to put them on. And now we have a hanging strategy over here on the Red Alliance. They're trying to close the gap as quickly as possible with 2 very, very swift robots over here on the Blue Alliance. Very impressive robots here on the Blue Alliance. And it looks like the Red Alliance is able to get 1 sample into their high basket. 13755 all now is reverting to a high basket strategy as well, and they're able to get it in there. 13755 closing the gaps 1 sample at a time, but it looks like 23344 just putting as many specimens on that high chamber as possible. It's almost too fast that it's missed twice now trying to put something on that high chamber. 19,564, Itcon showing us that they can do what they want to do by putting as much as they can. 6 seconds left on the match. 23,344 trying to get to a level 3 ascent, and it looks like they are able to do it in the nick of time. And now for match 14.
All right. Let's say hi to our teams for match 14 while we wait for the scores from the previous match. With the Red Alliance, we've got 25783 Tech Titans from Frisco, Texas. With their prowls, 3734 Iron Giant from Dallas, Texas. And with the Blue Alliance, we got 7172 Technical Difficulties from Plano, Texas. With their pals, 22077 Marcus Minions from Flower Mound, Texas.
This is the Minions home. This was their home? Okay. And this was the winning alliance of our regional champions. Oh, snap. Yeah, the alliance. This is the alliance that left this region and went to world. Those teams came back together.
Nice. A little bit. Poquito. All right, let's see the scores from match 13. And the Blue Alliance wins that match. We're seeing the highest score of the day. All right, on to match 14.
All right. Will the Red Alliance be able to win? And as I was trying to say, it looks like we have the regional championship winning alliance together by random, of course, through the random match schedule generator. Over here on the Blue Alliance, will they be able to defeat the Red Alliance, who has been able to work on their robots for the last 3 months? Looks like the two robots are stuck in the corner, celebrating a victory over here on the Blue Alliance. Trying to score as much as possible in autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
25,783 has their slides extended to the highest maximum amount. Are they going to let go of that sample and move forward with their lives? And they do, and now they're able to back out. 25,783 having problems. Now all 4 robots are in motion, hopefully 3734, grabbing a specimen to bring it back to the station, but they're going to focus on scoring yellow samples. Marcus Minion scoring another sample in the high basket. Over here on this, we can see the same strategy over here on the Blue Alliance that we've seen all day. Specimens being scored on the high chamber while their partner works on the high basket. And they get the Clark specimen. Silver, hi-ho silver in the high basket. 3734 stuck in a mode. They're trying to get their slides retracted down to get their center of gravity at a lower point so that they don't knock the robot over. Hopefully Iron Giant will be able to get those slides quickly down as possible. 7172 working on getting more and more specimens on the high chamber. 25,783 is now going to score as many specimens as they can on that high chamber now that they have them all prepared. 30 seconds left in the match. Will this Athena robot be able to score just as many specimens on the high chamber? It doesn't look like it, but hopefully they can score every single specimen that they intend to score on the high chamber that they have prepared throughout the match, one after the other. Blue Alliance has so many specimens on the high chamber. It's unbelievable. And now they're scoring the purple, but it falls out, and that's the end. Blue Alliance scoring a purple and a gray.
All right, waiting for the scores for match 14. I'm going to announce match 15's teams over here on the Sunflower Field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 26339 Mittens from Stafford, Texas, with their pals 28921 Itgun Innovators from Plano, Texas. And with the Blue Alliance, we've got 21932 Forged in Iron from Flower Mound, Texas, with their pals 21171 Itgun Robotics M12 from Plano, Texas. All right, let's see the scores from match 14. And the Blue Alliance wins match 14. We're going to be moving on over to match 15.
It's the same score? Same spot. That's the same score. Same spot, same order, same.
Oh, never mind. I remember the password and all. But actually, I'm gonna. Yeah, we got one team. Well, Fellowship of the Ring. Fellowship of the Robot. Fellowship of the Robot. Have fun.
All right, welcome to match 15, everyone. 21-171 working on scoring stuff in the high basket, whereas their alliance partner pushing samples in for the human player to hang specimens. 21-171 hanging again this event on the lower basket, one of their clips. 28-9-21 tries to score. Specimen falls into the submersible.
Drivers,
Same thing
pick up
happens
your
on the Blue
controllers.
Alliance, 21-9-32,
3,
dropping their
2,
specimen into the submersible
1.
as well. We'll see how that confuses robots when they try to pick up specimens out. It looks like Middens has a cord dangling, and they're getting stuck on a sample. They can't seem to get above it. With their cords ripped out, hopefully they'll be able to control their robot. 21-171 able to score a sample into the high basket. 21-9-32 hanging yet another specimen onto their high chamber. Forged in Iron grabs the blue sample out of the submersible. 21-171 going in and scoring stuff into their high basket as well. 28-9-21 now successfully putting specimens onto their high chamber. Midden still working on it, but their battery has fallen out and they have to be very careful. Any sudden motion could turn off their robot as their battery is hanging out of their robot. They're probably going to still go for scoring samples into the net zone with their slower robot. 21-171 scoring something in the high basket, falls into the low basket instead. Forged in Iron able to score many specimens onto their high chamber, while still grabbing specimens out of the submersible zone in a very efficient and methodical procedure to get as many specimens on the high chamber as possible. 28-9-21 leaning in to go and get their specimen. And it looks like 21-171 is scored the Peggy sample into the high basket, helping them with their raffle today. Nice to see a turnaround from this robot over here, able to score more in this match than in their previous match. We love to see improvements throughout the day. With just 2 seconds left, it looks like we have a blue and a red robot hanging off the ground.
Awesome. While we're waiting for match 15's results, we're going to move on over to match 16. Back on the Yellow Rose field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 17-294 Overdrive Robotics from Frisco, Texas with their pals. 28920 Itgun Stars from Plano, Texas. And over on the Blue Alliance, we have 25950 Rusty Crabs from Plano, Texas with their pals. 11719 Iron Hook from Lubbock, Texas. Let's give these teams a round of applause and wait for the previous match results. All right, let's see the results from the previous match. Match 15 winner is the Blue Alliance. Moving on to match 16.
Oh, and it looks like the Red Alliance just destroys their specimen, spreading all that pollution across the sea on the Red Alliance side. But the Blue Alliance coming in to score 2 samples in their high basket. with the Itcon stars waiting to fall from the sky and show us how to get it done.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
All right.
3, 2, 1.
Now we're into the teleop stage with a lead on the Blue Alliance 48-3. Red Alliance coming in to close the gaps with the very interesting looking green claw on the innovators, on the Stars robot over here. 17294 working on pushing samples into their human player zone for some reason. We do have some robot contact, but that's to be expected in an FTC game. All right, 25,950, the Rusty Crabs trying to fish as many crabs out of the ocean as they can into that high basket. Seems like the music is very fitting over here for the Blue Alliance that's working on methodically scoring as many. Oh, it looks like they're going to go for the Clark element. They are so excited to score Clark's element into the high basket. Now, 17,294 Overdrive Robotics, now showing that they're hanging as much as they can on the high chamber here in match number 16. 11,719 able to score their first and hopefully now second specimen on the Blue Alliance. A little bit difficulty aiming, but they get it on. Hopefully they can get as much as possible. They're trying to make sure that there is no gaps in scores that the Red Alliance will be able to catch up to in the next 17 seconds by scoring yet another specimen on the high chamber. 25,950 scoring more into the high basket as well. 11,719 with their little wheel here is able to hang themselves and get a second level ascent at the last moment. 25,950 still moving their robot even though the game is over. The referees will make their decision about that.
Awesome, awesome. Waiting for the scores to come in for match 16. I'm going to head on over here to the Blue Bonnet field to announce match 17's teams. With the Red Alliance, we've got 10-3-5-4 Mustangs from Sugar Land, Texas. Their pals 27468 Ika Knights from Saxe, Texas. And with the Blue Alliance, we've got 26644 Gear Minds Tech Team from Frisco, Texas. With their buddies 19587 Epic Odyssey from Plano, Texas. Let's hear it out for these teams. Just waiting on those results to come in. And for that previous match, our winner is the Blue Alliance. Let's hear it out for Blue.
All right, robots moving forward. 19587 Odyssey able to score their high chamber specimen. 10354 stops their robot before it veered over into the Blue Alliance's side, preventing any interference fouls that they might have gotten if they would have interfered. Red Alliance robot 27469 unable to grab those specimens, those samples at the last moment.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And the match is off. Icon Knights trying to get their robot moving, and now they have a moving robot. They're going to go after scoring into the high basket just like Odyssey will. Odyssey accidentally trying to hang on the high basket. They got to be very careful not to break the field equipment today. Icon Knights now able to score efficiently into the high basket. Epic Odyssey going in to get as many samples out as one with their one claw. Over here on the Blue Alliance, it looks like the gear mines are going to be working on trying to get their specimens on the high chamber. Mustang's trying to get samples out of the submersible zone. Or they're trying to appear as if they're getting samples when they're not really actually. They're just trying to be a nuisance to their opposing alliance. 10-3-5-4, getting kind of in the way, trying to, as I said earlier, be a nuisance to the Blue Alliance and their ability to score stuff, even though robots are trying to get in their way. Mustang's strategy is to touch nothing throughout the rest of the match, while their partner, the Knights of Ithcon, are trying to score as much as they can into the high basket. Yeah, they're really just trying to be a very nuisance on the Blue Alliance. But once again, they're not blocking because they're not blocking all possible pathways to the submersible zone. But it is definitely annoying the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance is leading 88-72 in spite of all the interference from the Red Alliance. It looks like we have 2 Blue Alliance hangs and 2 level 1 ascents on the Red Alliance.
All right, that was match 17. We are going to be moving on to match 18 and announcing the teams over here on the Sunflower Field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 26876 Ikan Girls. With their pals, 11986 Code Blue. And then over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 14637 Aquanauts. With their pals, 23778 Ikan Robotics of ICQC. We are just waiting on the scores from the previous match, and then we'll be able to start the next one. All right, let's see the scores from match 17. And the Blue Alliance wins 17. We're going to be moving on to match 18.
Refs, are you ready? Scorekeeper ready. All right, we're going to go in 3, 2, 1, go!
One specimen, 2 specimens scored in this match so far. 1 sample scored in the high basket, but the Code Blue robot able to get possibly 3, if not 4 specimens on the high chamber. Will they? No, they're unable to do it. Will they be able to get that 3rd one in at the end of the buzzer and park? And they do.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Red Alliance goes into the
3,
teleop control
2,
period with
1.
a 56-point lead. Everything scored in autonomous is worth nearly double. Looks like 14-637 and their partner 23-778 running into each other as they change positions. Icon girls putting as many reds into the to the human players area for them to make the specimens, getting stuck on the lower bar. And then meanwhile, their partner from Bushland High School able to score as much as they can into the high basket. We have one robot that seems to be just idle, hopefully able to get in and get something. 14-6-37 Not clear what their strategy is at the moment. Maybe they're going to park at the end. Apparently they are down for the count as maybe one of their parts fell off that was important. And it looks like we have 4 specimens hung on the high chamber over here in the Red Alliance, with a lot of basket getting filled with more and more specimens. 14-6-37 trying to push as much as they can into the net zone to get the best score possible for their alliance. 17 seconds left in the match. And every robot on the Red Alliance just scoring more and more before they go in for any hangs, if at all. With just 5 seconds left, what will they do? They're going to go and try to score yet one more sample to the high basket, and they do.
That was match 18, just waiting on the scores to come in. I'm going to head on over to the Yellow Rose Field and announce match 19's teams for y'all. Over with the Red Alliance, we've got 23465 Hebron Robotics team from Carrollton, Texas, with their pals 27859 Ikgun Ravenbots from Cedar Park, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 12398 Bobcat Robotics from Dimmitt, Texas, with their pals 18900 See No Evil from Lubbock, Texas. Now we just wait on the scores from the previous match. All right. Let's see the scores from the previous match. For match 18, the winner is the Red Alliance. Let's hear it out for Red.
looks like we have about 40 seconds left before the Red Alliance incurs a foul for being late to their match. Hopefully they'll be able to get their robot initialized in the next 30 seconds. All right, Hebron High School selecting their autonomous mode, which hopefully means we'll get started. All right. Having a late foul will put the Red Alliance at a minor disadvantage, but they're gonna try to do their best to make the difference. All right, robots moving. One specimen scored. One sample scored on the red, which is just a 2-point difference right now. Robots are slowly moving, methodically, doing every instruction of their programming, one line by one line, until they possibly score. Oh, and they miss. That's just going to put the Blue Alliance at a minor lead.
Drivers, pick up your
as
controllers.
we go into the tele-operated period.
3, 2, 1.
Hebron trying to get their robot to move. In the meanwhile, their partner has a red sample that they intend on scoring in the high basket. It seems like the Red Alliance is going to be focusing on the baskets throughout the rest of the periods. 18900 tries the job. He got stuck on the claw and fell out. Hopefully they'll be able to pick up another sample and put it into their basket. Bobcat robots just pushing their specimens so that the human player can put them on the wall. All right, Hebron going in for their sample, and they're going to score in the high basket. By the way, I would like to make a compliment. Hebron has probably the flattest robot I've ever seen in FTC. With such a flat robot, it's so low to the ground, but yet to extend so high and score into that high chamber. Very good robot design. Very slick. 18900, will they be able to score this one into the low basket? And they let go of it, and they do. Whoa, wow, and we're already in the last 30 seconds of the match. It is 65 in favor of blue against 56 on the Red Alliance. It could be anyone's game. A hang or an ascent will be able to determine the winner, most likely, of this match. With the Blue Alliance scoring yet another specimen on the high chamber before they, looks like they're going to go in for a hang themselves. Hebron able to hang and get a level 2 ascent. 12-3, 98 unable to ascend.
Awesome. We're waiting for the match 19 results to come in and finalize. I'm going to make a quick announcement before we start match 20. Once match 20 finishes up, we are going to be heading into our lunch break. After our lunch break, we will be back at 1:45. Again, I'll remind you the lunch times. But let's go ahead and get introduced to our teams for match 20. Over on the Red Alliance, we've got 21693 Itgan of MCC from Friendswood, Texas, with their pals 26949 Royal Society of Robotics from Norman, Oklahoma. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 21462 Data Not Found from Henderson, Texas, with their pals 25943 Hive Robotics from Spring, Texas. Again, we're just waiting on those final results for the previous match. They're right here. The winning team is the Blue Alliance wins match 19. So now we are heading into match 20.
Yeah.
We good over here? Yep. Let's start this shimmy again. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, the last match before our first lunch here at Cowtown. Robots scoring. Look at this beautiful robot right here, scoring one sample after the other in the high basket. Hive Robotics. But I got to say also, 26949, also a very beautiful purple royal purple robot over there, also able to score just as many, if not actually more samples in the high basket, and also get that level 1
pick up your
ascent.
controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, a slow start for the Hive, but they're back and running. 21-462 having difficulty with their controllers. Blue Alliance set back by wires. Hopefully they'll be able to make up the difference with their robot performance. In the meanwhile, 21-693 going in to hang their first specimen on their side for match number 20 on the Red Alliance. The Royal Robot scoring another sample into the high basket. Hive going at all the yellows they can find in the submersible zone and scoring the samples that match the color of their shirts and the color of their robot. Purple robot just as fast as the yellow robot.
Silvers, man. You get yourself an entry in the raffle.
And it looks like we have more and more stuff getting scored. Blue Alliance seems to have abandoned any strategies of scoring any specimens on the high chamber, which are 2 points more each. A lot of fans in the audience rooting for the Red Alliance. But it looks like the Blue Alliance just passed the 100-point threshold. They are closing in on the gaps. Maybe a sense will determine it. With just 20 points left, it could be very well that the Blue Alliance is going to make up the difference any moment and go into the lead. And in the last 30 seconds, it really is anyone's game if the robots put their minds to it. We have a penalty on the Blue Alliance for some reason, which may be clarified in the question box later. But they're scoring as much as they can in the high basket. Just goes you to show that each one of those points, heck, this might be a tied match depending on how the scores go. The Hive trying to fly off the ground like a bee. We have a robot extended outside of the field, and I think the fouls on the Blue Alliance will determine the Red Alliance to be the winner of this match, but the score is not completely tallied yet.
All right. So while we're waiting for the final scores for match 20, I'm just going to make another round of little announcements. We are going to be taking our lunch break once we get the results. Be back at 1:45 for the next match. And also, if you are participating in the Fishing Day theme, all contestants, please head on over to Pit Admin. Again, if you are doing the Fishing Day theme, please head on over to Pit Admin. And we wait for the results. All right. I don't know about y'all, but I am super excited for the score. Who is excited to see the score for that last round? Heck yeah. And the winner is... The Red Alliance wins match 20. Like I said, we are taking a break for lunch. Please be back because round 21 will be starting at 1:45.
Enjoy it.
Albert Einstein said, smart people solve problems. Geniuses prevent them. There's a lot of problems that humanity is facing that need to be solved by competent technical people. And the number of kids that start out early in life realizing that's a possibility for them is too small. That's why we started first. We wanted to give kids the opportunity to see how exciting the world of science and technology is, to be able to go through life pursuing whatever they end up finding their passion to be. The best way to inspire young people is to first show them what the power of something is, so they decide, that's cool, I want to do that, and then give them a plausible roadmap as to how to get there. We're not a science fair masquerading as a sport. We are a sport. We have the only sport where every kid can turn pro, because believe it or not, there aren't a few million new job openings every year in the NFL and the NBA, but we are right now short in this country alone a few million engineers to solve all the problems that we're desperately trying to solve. I think we need, as a culture, to celebrate more the accomplishments of scientists and engineers, because in a free culture, you get the best of what you celebrate. We ought to celebrate great artists, great musicians, and great athletes, but we also ought to celebrate the great contributors to advancements in science and technology, because that's the group that assures that we will have a successful future. One thing is very clear: technology is moving faster than ever. The most important thing then we can give kids is the tools to be prepared for whatever is coming. And more than being prepared for it, we're going to give them the tools to help create the future that they want, the careers that they want. They don't want jobs, they want exciting opportunities to make a big difference in the world. FIRST gathers mentors, teachers, parents, corporate leaders, and the students themselves doing all the right things for all the right reasons. I had so many mentors as a young person. I was being interviewed by somebody who said, well, I guess what really inspired you to do what you did is your dad. And I said, oh no, my dad is an artist. He was absolutely nothing like what I do in life. And she looked at me and kind of politely said, your dad was a self-employed cartoonist going out of high school. And he's, to this day, working for himself as an illustrator. He's never had a job. He gets up every day to create something of value. She looks at me and says, you're exactly like your dad. You just use different tools. And I had never realized that until she asked me that question. I'm Dean Kamen, the founder of FIRST.
Your typical day in the office here. It's always fun coming to our test, seeing all the equipment we have and getting to work with it. We are here at our test site in California, and we have everything you would expect: flies and dust and smells. It smells like farm. Definitely an interesting place to be doing a video interview. I'm Sarah, and I work on the autonomous tractor. Farming's hard work. We really struggle to get enough folks on farms to be able to deliver the food you need. Our goal is to make it so the tractor can run in the field by itself and make it easier and more economically viable to get that food to your plate. Our ultimate goal is to feed the world. I learned I loved engineering through FIRST. I started when I was 10 years old. My mom started a FIRST LEGO League team and coached it, and we were off to the races. 971 Spartan Robotics. Team 3132 Thunder Down Under from Sydney, Australia. You start in FIRST LEGO League with the little robots, then you move up to FTC with bigger, and then FIRST Robotics competition with the big robots. Here, I feel like I've just upsized again, so now the robots are bigger than me, like the tires are as big as I am. Obviously, FIRST gave me engineering skills that I use on a daily basis, but I think the biggest skills it gave me were all the non-technical skills, like public speaking and confidence and teamwork. Before I started in FIRST, I was that scared little girl who would literally hide behind her mom at the grocery store. Through FIRST, all of a sudden you get excited about what you're talking about and working on, and you want to go and tell people about it. To get anywhere, I think the biggest key is just having a sense of curiosity and a willingness to go out and trying new and different things and figuring it out as you go. FIRST gives kids a future that they can only dream of at the moment. You don't know where the next Einstein or Marie Curie is going to come from. And I think FIRST has the power to lift people up from where they are and really open up possibilities. You know, how many little girls are growing up thinking that engineers don't look like this, but I'm an engineer. I want to be solving the next big problems. FIRST instilled in me that desire to have an impact. As Ms. Frizzle says, go out and get messy.
We should all celebrate that STEM education is a popular topic, but we must be very careful thinking that STEM or even STEAM is enough. Most of what is called STEM education is actually science and math training. Being on the FIRST team is real education that includes STEM topics, but it also includes appropriate emphasis on creativity, teamwork, community service, leadership, entrepreneurship, and a whole host of things that you need to know. You are learning to be valuable to society. You are learning to respect your own ability to make a contribution and feel wanted and needed. Good stuff.
What you're looking at is a 737 MAX cockpit. We have RTX seats that we build here, and then we have an RTX joystick as well. Hi, I'm Erin, and I work on commercial avionics, RTX, so think anything in the cockpit of an aircraft. If what I do at work goes perfectly, then we are able to get planes in the sky, and we are able to get people safely from point A to point B every single day. My favorite day of the year is our Introduce a Girl to Engineering Day, where we bring 90 middle school students on site for the day. They get to tour our lab spaces, they get to see the weather radar systems, they get to tour our manufacturing areas, and they get to see what a day in the life of an engineer looks like. You can't be what you can't see. Joining robotics really gave me a lot more exposure to what I could be when I grew up. My robotics coach is truly, he was the catalyst for me to say, I think I could try anything. In FIRST Robotics, I learned that it was okay to be ambitious and okay to state my ambitions. People want you to be heard and they want you to feel valued. I have been involved in robots, this is year 15, either as a student, mentor, coach. It is so important to me to give back to the community that built me. I love when kids find that spark of, I've tried something for the first time and I'm actually good at it. I have one student who joined robotics because she didn't have anywhere else to go after school. And, oh God. I wrote her up for the Dean's List Award. And she said, Coach Erin, this is the first time anyone's ever told me they were proud of me. She came to robotics and found a home. The student growth that I've seen through my years as a coach and mentor is incredible. This year at championships, I asked all the FIRST alumni, what is the one thing you could take with you from FIRST? None of them gave me a technical skill. Everyone said things like confidence, empathy, teamwork, communication, self-worth. Skills I need in this job are varying and ever-changing. I found my self-confidence through FIRST. I want people to say about me that I solve problems with sunshine.
When you think about Nike, you think about the athletes, the footwear, the apparel, the products. Never could I have ever believed that I would bring my STEM background and be able to apply that here. I'm Logan, design engineer at Nike. If you're looking at a shoe, there's a whole world of science that goes behind it. In the Bowerman Footwear Lab at Nike, it's an innovation space, it's a thinker space. You have someone from global football, you have someone from basketball, you have someone from tennis. They come with all these different requests. Hey, I have this idea, I have this sketch. How can we bring it to life? How can we make it 3D? How can we actually walk on it? So for me, being able to design these different components, I use a variety of different CAD programs. At Nike, prototyping is the name of the game. What people don't see is you might have one pair of shoes, but really what went behind it was hundreds of designs. I think the coolest thing about my job at Nike is being able to create products and then actually see them on different athletes. I had a hand on working on the Air Max DN, the podium shoe for the US team at the Olympics. Seeing LeBron James, Simone Biles, the GOATs of their respective sports, wearing some of the shoes that I designed, that was incredible. Being able to walk in my first day, you really just want to play with everything. We're on a basketball court right now. I grew up always playing all kinds of sports. Engineering was foreign to me. Walking around the halls in school, I saw some flyers. If you're interested in robotics, come to this meeting. You have the notion that engineers might be of the nerdier type, or maybe they're not athletic, or they're not into theater, or whatever it might be. And especially as a black man myself, not having seen that representation before, that was something that was definitely apprehensive at first. Being able to really push outside of my comfort zone and being able to see it's not just one mold that people fit, that was something that was super eye-opening to me. Above all, I think FIRST allows you to be yourself. It's a very welcoming, inclusive environment, and it encourages positivity, growth, and helps you get to that next step that you want to achieve in life. You don't even know what job you're going to have in the next 5 years, next 10 years. being able to prepare for tomorrow by building the skills today, such as software engineering, data analytics, machine algorithms. You'll always have that technical foundation, and that'll equip you for whatever comes tomorrow. Those soft skills too of teamwork, how I could collaborate better, how could I be a little bit more aware of some of my faults, how could I shore those up. Those things really enabled me to be prepared for anything. Not only do I want to rise, but I want to bring everybody else with me, because when we're all working better as a team, you're going to have greater outcomes and you're going to be able to perform better. First is the only sport where everyone could turn pro. Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought I would be working at Nike World Headquarters. The biggest thing that I want to leave behind is just the legacy of, hey, you belong, you have opportunity here, go chase it.
All right, we're about to get started for match 21 here soon, but we're doing a last call for the best angler. Angler? I keep messing that up. Fisherman contest over the pit admin. So if you want to compete in that contest for the best fisherman outfit, please go over to pit admin. Thank you.
Test, test, test. Welcome back from lunch. Hopefully you are nice and fed and ready to go. While we're still setting up for match 21, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the teams for this match. With the Red Alliance, we've got 23-361 Cosmobotics from Austin, Texas. With their pals, 7172 Technical Difficulties from Plano, Texas. And over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 26339 Mittens from Stafford, Texas. With their pals, 28920 It Gun Stars from Plano, Texas.
Starting qualification match 21, 10 seconds into autonomous. 7172 hooks up two specimens onto the high rung, or high chamber. There's a fourth one and a fifth one. 3 seconds left to autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
There begins the driver-controlled period of our game. 7172 goes back into the submersible to collect more samples. 28920 is putting specimens into the human player station to replace the specimens onto the wall. Looking to score those onto the high chambers. 23-361 grabbing a yellow sample from the center. Trying to get in that intake. They're not quite able to get that in there. (28-920) pushing more samples into the human player station to create more specimens. 7172 is just continuing to rack up these specimens onto the high rung. There's 13 up there. They've got a good rhythm here, scoring a lot up there. 23-361 is able to get some specimens into their intake and score into the high basket. 28-920, looking to grab another specimen from the wall. There begins endgame. Teams are going to be looking to ascent here. 20 seconds left. Red Alliance with the lead, currently 219 points. 5 seconds left. And there's the match.
All right, as we wait for the results for match 21, we're going to head on over back to the Yellow Rose Field for match 22 and announce the teams over here. Over with the Red Alliance, we've got 26644, Gear Minds Tech Team from Frisco, Texas. With their pals 21171, Icon Robotics M12 from Plano, Texas. And with the Blue Alliance, we've got 22077, Marcus Minions from Flower Mound, Texas. And with their pals 13072, Fellowship of the Robot from Rockwall, Texas. And now we just wait for the results for the previous match. All right, let's get the results from match 21. And it looks like the Red Alliance won match 21. I'm going to head on over to match 22.
Beginning match 23, or 22, not 23. Autonomous period 22-077, scoring 2 samples into the highest basket, getting a third in there. 21-171, attempting to score one in the high basket, and they just miss. Oh, and they try to get another one in their intake and miss that. 22-077. Miss one as well.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
There begins the driver-controlled period. Marcus Minions getting up and going. 13-0-72 Fellowship of the Ring. Collecting in the submersible. Looking to put that into their intake and drop that on the high basket. Scoring another sample there. Looks like Red Alliance a little bit stuck on the wall, but they were able to get themselves unstuck. Grabbing a specimen off the wall to put that on the high rung. All four teams moving and grooving, scoring a lot of points here. Both alliances putting a lot of samples into the high basket. A lot of those yellow, a blue one in there for 13-0-72. We've got 42 Red Alliance, 96 Blue Alliance. Got about 50 seconds left. (26-6-44) looking to grab a sample off of those spike marks, put it into the human player station to get more specimens made that they can score on the submersible. That marks the end game. Teams are going to be looking to ascent here soon. 13-0-72. Making great cycle times over here, getting from the center submersible and putting them in the high basket. 22-0-77. Also doing a lot of work to put those samples into the human player station. 5 seconds left. Got some ascents going on. 13-0-72 looking for the level 2. Great work, teams.
All right, while we wait for the results for that match, I'm going to head on over for match 23 at the Blue Bonnet Field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 26722 tech support from North Richland Hills. With their pals 19564 Icon Robotics Team Tawasa from Plano, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 25783 Tech Titans from Frisco. With their pals 21932 Forged in Iron from Flower Mound, Texas. Now we just wait on the results for the previous match.
I got a little bit better, but I'm still like...
Oh, sorry. And for the scores for the previous match. And the Blue Alliance wins that previous match. Now, moving on to match 23.
Starting match 23 over here on field number 2. Starting autonomous. 19564 collecting a sample to put into the high basket. They've got one in there already. Oh, they were about to get a second one, but it fell right out of the intake. 21932 putting specimens from the wall, from the human player station, putting them on those high chambers, making great work. About to get a fourth one on there. Awesome.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We got movement from all four teams. Great work. 19564 collecting samples from those spike marks, making great work of moving them off the field and into that high basket, scoring a lot of points there. 21932 also doing the same, scoring more samples into that high basket. 25783 is doing strategy of collecting samples from the center submersible and putting them in the human player station to make more specimens. (26-7, 22). Making great work of getting those samples, those specimens from the wall and putting in that high chamber. Red Alliance high baskets getting quite full there as 19-5-64 makes its way in. Great cycles from the center into that high basket. Got almost a second, there we go, second specimen for the Red Alliance up there on the high chamber. About 40 seconds left. 135 points to 165. 30 seconds left. That marks the end game. 21-9-32. Continuing to score those samples into the high basket. Blue Alliance has got quite a bit of specimens on that high chamber. 10 seconds left.
All right, as we wait for the final scores from that match, we're going to move on to match 24 and announce the teams over here on the Sunflower Field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 27619 Quantum Quarterbacks from Coppell, Texas. Also with their buddies, 23778 Itgun Robotics of ICQC from Plano, Texas. And over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 18900 See No Evil from Lubbock, Texas. With their pals 25950 Rusty Crabs from Plano, Texas. And now we just wait for the final scores for the previous match. All right, let's see those final scores. The winner of match 23 is the Blue Alliance. And now we move on to match 24.
And it's match number 24, 25-9-50. Almost scores it into the high basket, but it does land on the net zone. Still worth a point. In the meanwhile, over here on the Red Alliance, HitCon scoring 3 specimens on the high chamber and coming in possibly with 4. Will they get that 5th specimen on the high chamber? And it looks like they do in the nick of time. They are celebrating that victory.
Drivers, pick up your
Didn't
controllers.
park, but still very impressive
3,
autonomous mode.
2, 1.
Well, and we're off in teleop. It's 116 points to 4. The Krusty Krabs are going to go in and try to score as much as they can into that high basket to close that gap. In the meanwhile, ITCON going in for the red samples in the submersible, along with their partner, Quantum Quarterbacks, going in for the yellow samples, and they're going to go for the high basket. Nice to see See No Evil's robot running in teleop. It needs to extend that slide upward to try to score a specimen. It looks like they're going to try to score on the low chamber. At the very least, that is still worth points, and every point is still worth it here in First Tech Challenge. Similar strategies on both alliances, but the Red Alliance is doing it slightly, if not significantly more faster. Krusty Krabs are having a lot of fun over here, as they normally do at every event that they attend. Celebrating every victory, every point. It doesn't matter. We're all here to learn. They have scored not 1, but now 2 Clark samples into the high basket. The Krusty Krabs are in it, not to win it necessarily. It looks like they're in it to get more raffle tickets. But, okay, they are scoring more up there in the high basket. ITCON now scoring their specimens onto the high chamber, scooting it over so that there's more room. 31 seconds left, and that is now the final 30 seconds of the game. $18,900, See No Evil gets a specimen on the robot, but they knock it off in the nick of time. With 13 seconds left, each team needs to figure out their final strategy to score as many points as possible. See No Evil decides to park, while Krusty Krabs trying to get one more sample in, and also a park, which they achieve at the very last second, and that's the end of the game. And this robot gets stuck on their specimen, which is not scoreable.
All right. As we wait for the results for match 24, I got some quick announcements. Don't forget the Innovation Trail itself. Please visit the booths from Rev, Swift, UTA, and Texas Tech, and all of our other amazing partners for today. You can play games, you can explore tech, and connect with folks who just might be your future mentors, employers, or even collaborators. For info, you can stop by the Innovation Trail information booth. It is on your map. And now for match 25, we're going to announce the teams. Again, still waiting for the results for the previous match. With the Red Alliance, we've got 19587 Epic Odyssey from Plano, Texas, with their pals 26949 Royal Society of Robotics from Norman, Oklahoma. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 28921 ITCON Innovators from Plano, Texas, with their pals 11986 Code Blue from Bushland, Texas. Just waiting on the final results from the previous match, and then we can get started. We're still waiting on results. All right, if we can get those final results from match 24. And the winner is the Red Alliance for 24. And then we can get started with match 25.
And just like that, 2 specimens scored on the high chamber by both red robots. But 28-9-21 trying to score a specimen, unable to do so. But it's going to push in those blue samples so that they're ready at a moment's notice. It's going to try to score one more specimen. It kind of just drops it. Code blue.
Drivers,
parks
pick up your controllers.
in the ascent zone.
3, 2, 1.
Innovators touching the wall, trying to get off the wall so that maybe they can prepare to have their specimens put by their human player onto the wall so that they can grab them and start catching up to the Red Alliance's specimens on the high chamber. Code blue dropping some samples into the net zone, still worth points, but hopefully they can get some elements into that high basket. Royal going in and putting stuff in for the human player, claiming every red piece on the field that's easy to get to so that they can do a high specimen strategy later. 19-5-87, going for a high basket with the yellow sample. Royal is just trying to get all of the reds out of the submersible zone into the red zone over here by the human player. We have 1 minute left on the game, and 28-9-21 going in for one more specimen to hang on the high chamber. Will they be able to do it? And they are not able to do it. And they get it at just the right angle, and it's hung. At this time, Royal is going forth and scoring all those specimens one at a time. The Epic Odyssey human player adapting to a new team's robot, putting them in the right spot for it. And it looks like the Royal, they're going to turn that red into a Royal Red, as they would call it, by putting as many specimens. That one falls off the robot. With 20 seconds left, red has a lead, but a sense could change the game for blue. 28-9-21, the innovators are now on the level 2 ascent. Red robot, level 2 ascent. And we have 2 red robots level 2 ascending, which probably puts it in favor of the Red Alliance for this match.
All right, waiting for the results for that previous match. We're going to head on over to the Blue Bonnet Field for match 26. Over here with the Red Alliance, we've got 13-7-5-5 RoboCat from Dimmitt, Texas, with their pals 6-8-3-2 Iron Rain from Dallas, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 3-7-3-4 Iron Giant from Dallas, Texas, with their pals 2-1-6-9-3 Itgun of MCC from Friendswood, Texas. Now we just wait for the results for the previous match. All right, the results are in. The winner from match 25 is the Red Alliance. And now we move on to match 26.
All right, looks like we have a Townview High School versus Townview High School match here. My prediction is that one of the Townview teams is going to win the match. We'll see which one it will be. But yep, all robots seem to be moving during autonomous. They might not have scored exactly the way they wanted to. 21,693, controlling more than one as they scoot those samples into the human player station. And that's the end of the autonomous mode.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All 4 robots showing signs of life. RoboCat just scooting in the red samples in so that the human player can turn them into specimens. Now I'm going to go collect the reds out of the submersible zone. 6832 going to focus on trying to get those yellow samples off the ground and putting them up into the high basket. In the meanwhile, Iron Giant coming to score into their high basket. Ithcon of MCC working on getting the samples ready, the specimens ready for the high chamber, and it's not quite getting there yet. Hopefully they can get as many specimens as they can on that high chamber before we know it. Human players getting ready for them. 3734. Pushes the blue sample in to their chamber, and now they're going to score it up in the high basket. 21,693 has turned into a push robot, trying to get things in the pathway of their partner, Iron Giant, to collect and score in the high basket. 53 to 43 in favor of the Red Alliance. RoboCat trying to score as well into the high basket. They have abandoned the specimen strategy, and they're just going to try to win by putting as many samples into both baskets as possible. And that's called adapting to difficulties with mechanisms that did not work out as planned. But it could be anyone's game. The Ascents can call it, because over here on the Blue Alliance, it looks like we have a robot, Itcon, trying to ascend level 2. There looks like they're going to just stick with the level 1 ascent. But wait, no, I'm wrong. They decided to go to the level 2 ascent, which is going to give them some points here. But it looks like Red Alliance is scoring points in the meanwhile in the next 3 seconds. I think it's going to be the Red Alliance, but we will see after the scores are tallied up.
All right, waiting for the scores for match 26. We're going to head on over to the Sunflower Field for match 27. With the Red Alliance, we've got 19956 Mayhem Performance Robotics from Bushland, Texas, with their pals 10354 Mustangs from Sugarland, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 25943 Hive Robotics from Spring, Texas, with their pals 22344 Catfish from Arlington, Texas. And now we just wait for the final results from the previous match. Do we have the results? For match 26, the winner is the Red Alliance. Now we're on to match 27.
Here we go. Oh, score sheet, we're ready? We're good. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, close.
All right. Looks like the Hive got stuck on the high basket, but they are able to score at least in the low basket. 19-956, throwing a sample out of the field. 22-344, standby. Catfish on standby for this round. 19-956 goes in for the park. Their partner Mustangs also parked.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And they're off. 25-943 drops that sample into the basket. Catfish coming in to score as well in the baskets. The Red Alliance working on getting all the red samples into the human player station.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like 22-344 has a sample stuck in their robot, which means they could be controlling more than one. If they score that, they might get a lot of fouls. They got to work on possibly getting that sample out of their robot before continuing forward.
I think he got that.
And he's pleading with them to stop because there is a sample stuck in their robot and they cannot score with it or that will do a lot of fouls. Look over here on the Red Alliance. Human player has all of these specimens ready. That Mustang robot has done such a good job of getting every red piece with the right sensor to make sure it detects the right color. And now we're going to see a stream of high chamber specimens over here by the Mustang. A lot of fans for Mustang in the crowd. Their partner Mayhem scoring in that high basket. Hive is probably standbying. They're going to try to hang to at least score some points in this, make an accomplishment of their robot. They're getting ready for it. We're in the last 30 seconds of the game. Each zone protected now. Will both blue robots do a level 1 ascent? I hope to see that. I'd love to see 2 blue robots make an accomplishment this match that they can be proud of to tell mom and dad at home. Mustang, although they had all the specimens ready, were only able to hang 2 of them. Their partner, Mayhem, about to try to hang as well in the next 4 seconds. Not going as planned, so that's the end of that match.
All right, waiting for the final results from match 27. We're gonna head on over to match 28 and announce the teams over here. With the Red Alliance, we've got 10055 Momentum from Houston, Texas. With their pals 27468 Ignites from Saxe, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got Robo Rangers from Bushland, Texas. With their pals 27859 Ravenbots from Cedar Park, Texas. And now we just wait for the results for match 27. All right, we've got the scores for match 27, and the winner is the Red Alliance. Now we move on to match 28.
And that's the start of the match. Bushland High School able to hang a specimen immediately at the beginning of the game. Red Alliance unable to successfully get that into the high chamber, but they do. They get one sample into the high chamber. Into the high basket, I mean to say. We have 3 specimens scored over here on the Blue Alliance, now 4, and there would have been a 5th. For some reason, that robot did not push it in.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, it's coming to score the first sample into the high basket over here on the Blue Alliance. Will they be able to do it? We are hoping so. And it falls out of the robot, but it goes into the net zone, still earning points, but not the points that they were wanting to have. 27-468, collecting red samples to put them in there so that the human player can quickly turn them into specimens, because it looks like this robot over here, the robotics, Itcon Robotics of SATSI, will be doing their best to hang as many specimens later in the match. Bushland High School, on the other hand, also pushing as many blue samples in as possible so that we can have a head-to-head specimen hanging fight. 27-8-59, working to try to get that sample off the ground, and they pinch it, but it just leaves the grasp of the robot. All right, the Itcon and the Red Alliance going for their first specimen on the high chamber, and they are successful at getting it, and they're going to go for 2, 3, and 4 to get as many points as possible. Bushland High School going in as well to score as many blue specimens as possible. (27-8-59) pushing samples into the net zone. Each one worth a point. Each point worth it in this game. Bushland High School hanging so many specimens on the high chamber. Itcon of SATSI also trying to hang as much as they can on that high chamber. They will probably not be able to catch up, but they are going to be successful at hanging at least 3 on their high chamber. Oh, and it falls off, and they only have 2. Hopefully they can make it up with this next one and getting it hanged onto the high chamber. Bushland High School hanging more. We have a red robot off the ground, blue robot off the ground in just the nick of time, and that's the end of the game.
All right, waiting for the results for that match. We're going to move on to match 29. With the Red Alliance, we've got 9-8 Bobcat Robotics from Dimmitt, Texas, with their pals 21462 Data Not Found from Henderson, Texas. Over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 14637 Aquanauts from Lubbock, Texas, with their pals 17294 Overdrive Robotics from Frisco, Texas. So now we just wait on the final scores from the previous match. All right, we got the scores for match 28. And the winner is the Blue Alliance for match 28. And now we move on over to match 29.
Oh, and the specimen falls on the ground. The Red Alliance able to successfully score their red specimen on the high chamber. Will they drop it into the high basket? And they do. Overdrive coming in for their specimen on the high chamber. 14637 on standby for teleop. Overdrive back into business today, making improvements to their autonomous code earlier. And they will look like having 4 specimens. No, they have 3. But they'll probably quickly score that specimen and then go off to collect some more blue samples out of the submersible zone. Let's see what they choose. Nope, they just drop it on the floor. Let's see what their strategy is. 14637 on standby to put in a sample into the high basket. Will they do it? They do it, and they move on to go get another yellow sample. 12398 Bobcat Robotics putting all the reds they can into their zone so that they can turn into specimens. They're probably going to do a series of hanging specimens on the high chamber here in a bit. Just want to maximize the amount of red they got. Their partner, Data Not Found, trying to grab onto materials, get their act together so that they can score in either the low basket or the high basket. Their claw trying to grab one of those samples on the ground. Hopefully they grab one soon so that they can score it as quickly as possible into their basket. 76 in favor of blue against 39 on red. And now the human player is starting to put things onto the wall for the robot to start hanging it on the high chamber. Bobcat Robotics going to hang as much as they can, probably securing their win for this match and overcoming the Blue Alliance's autonomous score. 17-294 has reverted to now delivering yellow samples away from the Red Alliance since Data Not Found not quick enough to pick them up off the ground. Overdrive claiming as much as they can. Another yellow sample in the high basket. Will the Red Alliance be able to win this match by scoring more specimens on the high chamber? Hopefully they can do so. Data Not Found coming in for the hang to secure their win. With only just 16 seconds left on the match, Blue Alliance coming in, scoring more points, getting up to 104 points with more specimens on theirs. With just 6 seconds left, looks like the Blue Alliance decided to win this match by doing an ascent at the end, but unfortunately will only be considered to be a level 1 ascent because it could not get off the ground.
All right, now we wait for the results for that match. We're going to move on to match 30. With the Red Alliance, we've got 11719 Iron Hook from Lubbock, Texas. With their pals 23344 Technical Turbulence from Plano, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 26876 Itgun Girls from Plano, Texas. With their friends 23465 Hebron Robotics team from Carrollton, Texas. And now we just wait for the final results for the previous match. All right, we got the final results from the previous match. Let's show out the scores. And the winner for match 29 is the Blue Alliance. And we move on to match 30.
There we go. Scorekeeper, you ready? All right, we're going to go in 3, 2, 1, go.
Nice to see all 4 robots moving. The Hebron flat robot able to score 1 out of the field, but their partner, the jellyfish robot over there, scoring 1 sample on the high chamber. Technical Turbulence scoring specimens on the high chamber autonomously. What a beautiful algorithm they have. It just goes straight to the point and straight back. Where are they going to get that 5th one in the next 3 seconds? They do, with a total of 5 specimens on the high
pick
chamber.
Pick up your controllers. 3,
With all specimens
2,
and things scored
1.
in baskets, doubling, it is now 100 points to 20. Blue has to fill in the gap with as much scoring capacity as possible. Great teamwork over there on the Red Alliance. Iron Hook scoring in the high basket, while Technical Turbulence quickly and efficiently picking out every single red sample out of the submersible zone as they can, at least the ones close to their side, going more toward the middle now to get more. And then meanwhile, Hebron back into business as they go to collect samples out of the submersible zone to score into the high basket. In particular, they're going to be aiming for yellow ones. Wow, and I'm so glad to see they're back in the business, showing us how it's done by getting each yellow one quickly and efficiently. 26-8-76, kicking out a blue sample out of the submersible zone, trying to spit it out into the observation zone for the human player, who is getting all of this samples that are now called specimens, ready for the robot to hang on that high chamber. Technical Turbulence just quickly and fastly putting as many specimens as possible. on that high chamber. It does it so fast. It just snaps on into place. Very beautiful. Blue Alliance drops a specimen into the robot. Will they be able to get it out in enough time for them to do things for in-game? Red Alliance filling that top basket as much as possible. Iron Hook, hooked on scoring. And Technical Turbulence now reverting to a strategy of filling up the high basket too, getting all of those 8 points. Red Alliance robot hangs, hooks themselves onto a level 2. Jellyfish robot trying to score more and more specimens. Every robot doing what they can to fill up this match with as much points as possible. And we have a level 3 ascent by Technical Turbulence. Very beautiful, beautiful ascend.
All right, we're going to be waiting for the results from match 30, heading on over for match 31. With the Red Alliance, we've got 28921 Itkin Innovators from Plano, Texas. With their pals 25950 Rusty Crabs from Plano, Texas as well. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 21693 Itkin of MCC from Friendswood, Texas. With their pals 25783 Tech Titans from Frisco, Texas. And now we just wait on the scores for the previous match. All right, and the results for match 30 is the Red Alliance wins match 30, and now we're heading into match 31.
They did.
I'm waiting to get Sai's attention. I know. Hello. Sai. We are autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go.
Tech Titans showing how great they are at getting the specimens ready. That robot quickly putting them in. Human player skilled. And then meanwhile, the Rusty Crabs able to get 2. They grab their 3rd sample to score in autonomous mode into the high basket. And they are so excited about their achievements, as they are every time.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
54 to 43 as we go into the driver-operated period. Those scores double as we go into autonomous. Icon of MCC getting stuck on the high basket, but able to score at least 1 sample into the high basket. Icon Innovators going in for the Reds in the submersible zone. Rusty Crabs going in and trying to get as many things out of that submersible zone as possible and scoring into the high basket. And they drop it, they celebrate, they move on to get another one. They want to go to get the Peggy sample in honor of their head referee. Scores it, gets points. 21-693, also scoring things. Still getting stuck on the high basket, which has slowed them down significantly. In the meanwhile, their partner, Tech Titans, getting so many specimens ready up on the wall to overtake the Red Alliance here in a bit when they start scoring those specimens one after the other. In the meanwhile, the Innovators have started to score their specimens onto the high chamber. Tech Titans going for it. Now they have 5 specimens. It's 5 specimens versus 5 specimens. Which robot will be able to score specimens at a more efficient rate to secure the win? Tech Titans showing us how to make up a losing match at the last moment by putting as many specimens as possible on that high chamber. But the Rusty Crabs, they're not giving up. They are going to try to score more and more of those samples in the high basket in the next 22 seconds because they want to get that gap as small as possible. And at this moment, it looks like the Red Alliance is still ahead, but it lets go of it because they got to try to score one more specimen. We have 2 level 1 ascents, 1 on each side. It could be anyone's game. It's all determined in the next 3 seconds. Who will win? We will find out after this.
All right, now we wait for those results to come in. We're heading on over to match 32. With the Red Alliance, we have 28920 Itcon Stars from Plano, Texas. With their pals 19956 Mayhem Performance Robotics from Bushland, Texas. Over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 13755 RoboCat from Dimmitt, Texas, with their pals 23778 Itcon Robotics of ICQC from Plano, Texas. And now we just wait for the final scores from the previous match. All right. We got the results from the previous match. The winner for match 31 is the Red Alliance. And now we're heading into match 32.
Alright, are we good over here? Start the shindig in 3, 2, 1, go!
13755 going in for a low basket score, while the Red Alliance goes in to score 2 samples into the, well, they thought. They didn't grab the sample quite yet, but they're going for the middle one. They will try to get it in, and they do. 2 specimens now. Just 2 specimens scored on the high chamber on the Blue Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Blue Alliance
3,
goes into the driver-operated period
1.
with a lead, but they apparently have incurred a foul of some sort in that last match. $13,755 RoboCat showing us that every point matters as long as you can do it efficiently, scoring as many as they can into that low basket, trying to get as many yellows out of the submersible zone as possible so that their alliance partner has less yellows to score. Still a very valid strategy. You do with what you have. Itcon Robotics of ICQC collecting blue out of the submersible zone to get them to their human player. In the meanwhile, 28-920, also an Itcon team, the Itcon Stars with their beautiful green claw, now going to work on trying to score things on the high chamber with their robot. In the meanwhile, Mayhem Robotics, who has performance in their name, have quite been performing this entire match by scoring one thing after another into their high basket, including red samples. At this point, it could be anyone's game with 126 to 120 in favor of now Red, who has 128 points. This is going to be neck and neck. Even the samples being scored in the low basket could make a difference in this game. The point is to be efficient. With that, the Itcon Robotics of ICQC scoring all those specimens on the high chamber. With 15 seconds left, robots are going in for the ascents. Mayhem trying to grab onto that top bar to get at least a level 2 ascent. 5 seconds left. RoboCat wanting to score just one more thing in that low basket. And that's the end of the match.
All right, waiting for the results for match 32. Heading on over for match 33. Going to announce the teams over here. With the Red Alliance, we've got 27619 Quantum Quarterbacks from Capel, Texas. With their pals 11986 Code Blue from Bushland, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 26722 Tech Support from North Richland Hills. With their pals 26339 Mittens from Stafford, Texas. Now we just wait for the final results. Oh, we got the results. And the winner from match 32 is the Blue Alliance. And now we're heading into match 33.
All right, Bushland was able to get just one of their specimens scored, but the Red Alliance is in the lead as they go into the driver-operated period.
3, 2, 1.
And wake up, robots. It's time to start scoring. Blue robot coming in to score one of their specimens on the high chamber, and they are successful to do so with their turret design. And that's Team Tech Support. Tech Support going in to score and collect samples from the submersible. They want to go for raffle. Maybe they're going for that purple one. 26-330, having difficulty controlling the robot, but trying to possibly get one of those yellows scored into the net zone, scoring with what they have. Red robot going in. The samples seem all in different types of orientations inside the submersible zone. 26-722 just reached into 27-619 Quantum Quarterback's frame. Quantum Quarterback's trying to get one of those samples out of the submersible. Intake's not quite cutting it. Hopefully they can get one out so that they can deliver it. In the meanwhile, their alliance partner, Team 11986, the Bushland High School Code Blue, scoring red on their submersible's high chamber. Quantum able to get something into their basket, and they score it into the high basket. Two blue robots seem to be down for no apparent reason. Not sure exactly what happened to the Blue Alliance. FTA unable to assist them. Red Alliance is able to get one of Clark's samples into the high basket. And 11-8-96 going to score no more specimens even during the buzzer. We hope that the Blue Alliance can get their robots fixed before their next match and show us what they're all about.
All right, as we wait for the final results from 33, we're going to head on over to match 34. With the Red Alliance, we've got 22344 Catfish from Arlington, Texas. With their buddies, 10055 Momentum from Houston, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 21462 Data Not Found from Henderson, Texas. With their pals, 22077 Marcus Minions from Flower Mound, Texas. And now we just wait for the final results for the previous match. I did just get a fun little update. Once we reach the end of match 36, we're going to get a 15-minute break. I will remind y'all about that break once we get closer to match 36, okay? And now for the results from match 33. The winner is the Red Alliance for 33. And now we head into match 34.
And all 4 robots are off. 4 robots from all over the state of Texas. We have a robot from Houston, a robot from Arlington, a robot from Henderson, and a robot from just down 100 feet from here, the Marcus Minions, who are the local home team today. And the Marcus Minions are excited to score just one more sample into the high basket, with Catfish scoring 1 sample into their high basket.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Momentum trying to score their sample into the high basket. It looks like Catfish and Momentum will both be sharing scoring opportunities in the high basket. And 22-077 scoring Peggy's sample into their high basket, getting them a raffle ticket for it. Marcus Minions scoring one thing after another into the high basket. Momentum scores yet another thing into the high basket. And here comes Catfish to try to score there and grab a sample off the ground where their partner tries to get the red samples. 22-077 working on getting those samples into that high basket as well. Their partner, they did not found, extending upwards, but they accidentally dropped their sample. They're going to try to probably re-grab one of them. It looks like no robots are going for any type of specimen hanging. The human players taking the match off, enjoying watching the match with front row seats, because no human players are necessary if you're not going to do any strategy related to the specimens. 35 seconds left in the match. Looks like the Blue Alliance is in the lead with 88 points to Red Alliance's 59. We are now in the time that used to be called in-game, and the Red Alliance is not giving up. They are still going to keep scoring as much as they can into that high basket. Catfish trying to reel themselves off the ground with a level 2 ascent, doing it slowly but surely, and their alliance partner going in for a level 1 ascent. 5 seconds left off the ground. Both blue robots going in for a park, and all the people put their controllers down.
All right, as we wait for the final results from the previous match, we're heading into match 35.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to make a quick update. So we are currently watching the weather because there's a slate of storms that are potentially coming around 5 o'clock. So we just wanted to let everyone know that we are slated to end matches at 5 o'clock. If it is actively storming as we're ending matches, we are going to try to keep people here as much as possible. We're going to offer shelter for the duration of the storm as much as we can. So I just wanted to give everyone a heads up. If it's storming at 5 o'clock, we're going to come with some silly, fun game challenges for teams to play to try to keep things going a little bit, but we'll finish our last match around 5. I think we're going to match 60 today. And then we'll kind of go from there based off of what we're seeing for the weather. Thank y'all.
All right. Heading into match 35, announcing the teams. With the Red Alliance, we've got 6832 Iron Rain from Dallas, Texas, with their friends 14637 Aquanauts from Lubbock, Texas. Over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 27859 Ravenbots from Cedar Park, Texas, with their friends 25943 Hive Robotics from Spring, Texas. And now for the results of the previous match. The winner for match 34 is the Blue Alliance. And now we're heading into match 35.
And now we're doing the hokey pokey, as she said. We are now seeing the Hive just putting those yellow samples into that high basket, like collecting nectar and making a honey out of it. Oh, and they miss it. 6832 stuck in a algorithm. It got not scoring it. But 7 seconds left. Robots coming to a stop. And as we go into the driver-operated period, Blue Alliance is leading 24-0.
3,
Red Alliance,
2,
good
1.
luck and score as much as possible throughout this match. And it looks like Iron Rain kicks that sample out of their robot and scores it into the net zone so that they're able to collect other samples off the ground. It's gone ICBC. Trying to get that sample into that high basket, but Hive is kind of waiting for them to get it done. They get out of the way of their partner because they know their partner is going to be able to score it way faster. Hopefully they can go in and score it while their partner collects another sample or change their strategy. Looks like all robots will be focusing on basket strategy as the human players are on standby. 27-859, grabbing a blue sample. Let's see what they plan to do with it. It looks like they're just going to try to get stuff as close as possible to Hive so that Hive can score it for them. What a great partnership strategy if Hive decides to get something off the closer ground to save time. 6832 focusing on getting samples into the net zone, scoring with what they have as their mechanism is not working according to their standard. 14637 decides to do an early park. Seems that their robot wasn't working the way they wanted it to, but they're going to try to make sure they're in the right spot for the end of the game. Hive is just shining in this match by scoring as much as possible. Now they're going to go for all the elements that are close by that their partner so diligently brought to them so that they can score one in a quicker manner than having to go all the way to the submersible. We have 13 seconds left. The Blue Alliance is in it to win it. They're going to go and do some ascending. And it looks like we have 5 seconds left. Will Hive ascend or not in the next 3 seconds? And it looks like they're hanging.
All right, as we head into match 36, I will set another reminder. Once 36 concludes, we're taking a 15-minute break. With that being said, I will go ahead and announce the teams for match 36. With the Red Alliance, we've got 18900 See No Evil from Lubbock, Texas, with their pals 19955 Robo Rangers from Bushland, Texas. Over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 23344 Technical Turbulence from Plano, Texas, with their friends 26876 It Gun Girls from Plano, Texas. And we've got the scores from the previous match. The winner for match 35 is the Blue Alliance. And now we are heading into match 36.
Robo Rangers going in to get their first specimen. And then meanwhile, the jellyfish robot going to score hopefully two. No, and the mechanism didn't work. It spits it out, and it's going to go for the next one. Very good algorithm to spit it out knowing that it didn't receive it. Kicks it out of the field. And then meanwhile, Bushland High School just showing us how it's done in autonomous mode by hanging 3 specimens on the high chamber and going in for the parks.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And we're off into the driver-controlled period. As usual, we're going to see the same things we've been seeing. Technical turbulence and Bushland High School going to score quickly. The Jellyfish robot over here, which is the It Can Girls team, they are going to focus on the high basket while their partner, Technical Turbulence, focuses, obviously, on getting as many specimens as possible. Bushland High School, the Robo Rangers here, doing something I don't think I've seen yet today where they're just focused on the high basket today in this match. But they are doing it very well and very fast. And See No Evil is trying to score more specimens onto their high chamber. It's on there. I guess it's technically scored. Not secure. Hopefully no one knocks the submersible and knocks that point off on accident, which is very likely to happen with the very fast motion of the robots in this game. Jellyfish grabs a red. Oops. And it spits it out. Will it be able to get something that's not red out of their thing? And they're still got a red in their robot. They're helping their alliance enemy by pouring out reds on the other sides of the submersibles, and the Red Alliance goes for them. Now, I guess that's gracious professionalism on a different level here at First Tech Challenge. Jellyfish robot going in for some more yellows, and it looks like it got a yellow. It's going to try to put that in the high basket. Somehow, Blue Alliance has gotten into the lead due to the many amounts of specimens being hung on the high chamber. Bushland going in for as much as they can in the high basket. See No Evil trying to grab just one more red thing out of the submersible, maybe to hang, maybe to do something with it. But there's only 10 seconds left. What will they do with that time? Will they hang that one on the high chamber? We'll see with just 4 seconds left. Will See No Evil do it? And the meanwhile, Technical Turbulence has done their 3rd level ascent. The end.
All right, as we wait for the final results from match 36, we're going to announce some of the raffle winnings. All right, like I said, we are going to be announcing some of the raffle winners. With the Wagon Trail Winnings thread, we've got the Wagon Trail Winnings. We've got 29128 Icken Innovators won the Mecanum wheel set. Sorry, my pronunciation. We've also got 25785 Tech Titans won the Balance Servo. To collect your prices, please head on over to the Innovation Trail information booth. It's a mouthful. And over with the Hot Robotics, we've got 21171 M12 winning that one, and 13072 Fellowship of the Robot. Again, head on over to the Innovation Trails info booth. Please make sure that your coach is with you when you go to pick up your prizes, okay? And for the results for 36, I wish I could see the results. I mean, I could just guess. Okay. 36 winner is the Blue Alliance. And now we are doing our 15-minute break until we head into match 37.
Albert Einstein said, smart people solve problems. Geniuses prevent them. There's a lot of problems that humanity is facing that need to be solved by competent technical people. And the number of kids that start out early in life realizing that's a possibility for them is too small. That's why we started first. We wanted to give kids the opportunity to see how exciting the world of science and technology is, to be able to go through life pursuing whatever they end up finding their passion to be. The best way to inspire young people is to first show them what the power of something is, so they decide, that's cool, I want to do that, and then give them a plausible roadmap as to how to get there. We're not a science fair masquerading as a sport. We are a sport. We have the only sport where every kid can turn pro because, believe it or not, there aren't a few million new job openings every year in the NFL and the NBA, but we are right now short in this country alone a few million engineers to solve all the problems that we're desperately trying to solve. I think we need, as a culture, to celebrate more the accomplishments of scientists and engineers, because in a free culture, you get the best of what you celebrate. We ought to celebrate great artists, great musicians, and great athletes, but we also ought to celebrate the great contributors to advancements in science and technology, because that's the group that assures that we will have a successful future. One thing is very clear, technology is moving faster than ever. The most important thing then we can give kids is the tools to be prepared for whatever is coming. And more than being prepared for it, we're going to give them the tools to help create the future that they want, the careers that they want. They don't want jobs, they want exciting opportunities to make a big difference in the world. First gathers mentors, teachers, parents, corporate leaders, and the students themselves doing all the right things for all the right reasons. I had so many mentors as a young person. I was being interviewed by somebody who said, well, I guess what really inspired you to do what you did is your dad. And I said, oh no, my dad is an artist. He was absolutely nothing like what I do in life. And she looked at me and kind of politely said, your dad was a self-employed cartoonist going out of high school. And he's, to this day, working for himself as an illustrator. He's never had a job. He gets up every day to create something of value. She looks at me and says, you're exactly like your dad. You just use different tools. And I had never realized that until she asked me that question. I'm Dean Kamen, the founder of FIRST.
you're likely to be very successful. You will have a nice relationship with society. You will provide stuff that folks like, and in exchange, society will love you. You will feel needed. But you don't want your success to put you inside a success bubble, looking out at what some are calling the useless class. If you want a meaningful and happy life, each of you need to figure out how to pull at least 100 others with you towards success. This is very, very hard. You will need all of the gracious professionalism you can muster to help others get to the good stuff.
There's always Simon Says. That's fun.
All right. Now that break time is over, we're heading into match 37. You can go ahead and announce the teams over here. With the Red Alliance, we've got 26949 Royal Society of Robotics from Norman, Oklahoma. With their pals 21171 Itkin Robotics M12 from Plano, Texas. Over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 27468 the Itkin Knights from Saxe, Texas. And with their buddies 19564 Team Tawasa from Plano, Texas as well.
No, I'm not. I am not. No. I'm an FTA. I'm not FTA. No. FTA
FTA announced. No, FTA announced.
No.
Welcome back from the break. We got the Royal Robot scoring things in the high basket, in addition to Itcon over here scoring their stuff into the high basket. And neck to neck with a little bit of a lead on the Red Alliance, which it looks like Itcon's not going to be able to fill in that gap. Royal scoring samples that don't exist, but they get
Drivers,
a level
pick up your
one
controllers.
apart.
3, 2, 1.
And that gives the Red Alliance an advantage. We have one Itcon team versus another Itcon team from the headquarters. So that must mean everyone involved with Itcon is torn on who they want to win this match. Will it be Team Tawasa or will it be M12? We're going to find out here in a bit, because as of now, it's 85-79 in favor of the Blue Alliance. M12 scoring now in the low basket. And they score Clark's sample in the high basket. Royal Robotics coming in to get all the red samples to the human player in the observation zone. Team Tawasaw going in for more and more samples in the high basket, which puts the Blue Alliance into the lead. Now they're going to start focusing on hanging the specimens that they were able to collect within the first minute and 45 seconds of the game. 19-5-6-4, continuing to score into the basket. In the meanwhile, M12 having to resort to scoring in the low basket. Their extension is not going fully out, something they will fix probably before their next match. Royal Robotics going in to score their specimens with their accordion mechanism, which is quite interesting. It is getting hot in here. Maybe they're trying to fan off the heat. But they do have a lot of fans in the audience as they score more and more specimens, trying to win this match in the next 5 seconds. We have a blue robot that's trying to get off the ground. It looks like they're going to just stick with their level 1 ascent and a final parking from 2 of the robots.
All right, as we wait for the results for match 37, we're heading into match 38. With the Red Alliance, we've got 3-7-3-4 Iron Giant from Dallas, Texas. With their friends 2-1-9-3-2 Forged in Iron from Flower Mound, Texas. Over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 2-6-6-4-4 Gear Minds Tech Team from Frisco, Texas. With their friends 2-3-3-6-1 Cosmobotics from Austin, Texas. And now we just wait on the final results from match 37. All right, and now for the results for match 37. Winner is the Blue Alliance for match 37. And now we're heading into match 38.
Glad to see 4 robots moving in this match. Once again, another match where we have robots from all over the state of Texas here. And it looks like 23-3-6-1 pushing in 2 samples at the same time. Probably going to be a foul later that they're going to have to reckon with. But 23-3-61 hangs 1 specimen on the top of the high chamber. In the meanwhile, on the Red Alliance, we have 4 specimens, now 5 specimens being hung.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right. Cosmobots going in now for a high basket strategy instead of specimens. Forged in Iron going to fill their observation zone with as many red samples as possible. In the meanwhile, Iron Giant going in for the high basket strategy as well, trying to get everything off the ground that's easily accessible into that high basket. Gear Mines going in to get some samples out of the submersible zone, inching forward to get that blue, get it into the observation zone, possibly for a strategy of maybe getting a specimen hung later. In the meanwhile, Forged in Iron has got their high chamber full of specimens. Iron Giant able to score these yellow samples more efficiently in this round than I've seen them yet today. Very good on their part, showing improvement, but it falls out there at the last moment. 23-3-61, scoring 2 things in the net zone and making the decision of whether to increase the score of those objects. And they do. They take it out of their net zone, descoring it, to rescore it to get the full 8 points over here on the Blue Alliance. Forged in Iron going to start going to the high basket as well. With just 25 seconds left, all the robots are going to make final decisions about what they're going to do. 37-34 goes in for the park, or not. They're going to back out of it. Maybe they're going to try to score that sample. I'm not sure what they're planning to do. And we have another sample up here in the high basket. 232-118 in favor of red. Looks like red's going to finish off the match with a win. But every robot still going for every last available point available to them, including a last second level 2 ascent on the Blue Alliance.
All right, waiting for the results for that match to come in. Heading on over for match 39. With the Red Alliance, we've got 13072, Fellowship of the Robot from Rockwell, Texas, with their friends 12398, Bobcat Robotics from Dimmitt, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 11719, Iron Hook from Lubbock, Texas, with their friends 10354, Mustangs from Sugarland, Texas. And now we just wait on the final results from the previous match. And for the results for match 38. Okay, now the results for match 38. The winner is the Red Alliance for match 38. And now we're heading into match 39.
Beautiful, 4 robots moving with a low chamber score. Love seeing some of that today. Mustang going in, scooting in every little blue piece that they can into the observation zone. Fellowship of the Robot going for the high basket in autonomous mode, scoring as much as they can in front of them. They grab it. They're going to go for 3 samples in the high basket. 12-398. Confused. Did not grab the specimen, but hopefully they can grab it here in a second and hang it on their chamber.
3, 2, 1.
All right, 63-20 in favor of red. Blue going in to get those yellow samples off the ground in order to score them. Mustang needs an FTA. Something seems to be wrong. They had to unplug their controllers. They are back online, and Mustang is at go to get as many blue samples as possible into the observation zone. And now it looks like Fellowship of the Robot and Mustang Robotics are going to be sharing the same side of the submersible for a while. As one tries to go in. They're going to bump into each other as much as they can. Fellowship of the Robot going for more of a diagonal method of grabbing samples to be a nuisance to the Mustangs. I guess that's karma, you could say. But look at the Mustangs. They have so much specimens hung on the wall, ready to go for later. I can't wait to see the Mustangs hang all of those specimens on their high chamber. And meanwhile, the Fellowship of the Robot just continuing scoring all of those specimens, those samples into the high basket. Iron Hook also working on as much as they can to fill their high basket with the yellow samples. Seems to be stuck on the submersible, trying to grab that yellow piece. Hopefully they can get it soon so they can get it into that high basket. Fellowship going at it even more and more with more and more samples into their high basket. Looks like Blue has closed the gap a little bit because they are now starting to score those specimens. As I said earlier, they were efficiently and effectively getting every blue sample out of the submersible zone. And now the Blue Alliance is in the lead, especially now that the red side has a foul called by one of the referees. It looks like the Blue Alliance wants to win this one, and they're going to go in for the hang. Iron Hook hooking themselves on to a level 1 ascent. Fellowship of the Robot, is trying to hang. Only one of their hooks made it on. They're not going to be able to get their level 3 ascent. They're going to have to stick with their level 2 ascent. And it looks like it could be anyone's game. We'll see what the referees decide in terms of the fouls, and we don't know who will win until we release the scores.
All right. As we wait for the results for 39 to come in, we're going to head into match 40. With the Red Alliance, we've got 7-1, 7-2 technical difficulties from Plano, Texas. With their friends 2-3, 4-6-5 Hebron Robotics team from Carrollton, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 19-5-8-7 Epic Odyssey from Plano, Texas. With their friends 17294 Overdrive Robotics from Frisco, Texas. And now we just wait on the final results from match 39. All right, and now the results for match 39. Winner for 39 is the Blue Alliance. And now we head into match 40.
All right, the head referee is going to ask both alliances if they're ready to start. Match 40, we're here on a multiple of 10, which means we are 2/3 of the way through the day. And it's beautiful. Oh, and it looks like Overdrive overdid it with that specimen because it just flew into pieces as it ran into the high chamber. And that clip flew right across the submersible zone. In the meanwhile, technical difficulties, scoring 3 specimens on the high chamber. In the meanwhile, Overdrive trying to make up the difference with their robot. Their robot is really fast. I guess Overdrive is an appropriate name for that team. Hebron Robotics scoring 2 samples into the high basket.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And the match begins into the driver-controlled period. Hebron, with their very beautiful flat robot, able to score those yellow specimens into the high basket. And now they're going to go start to sample them out of the submersible. Odyssey scoring some samples into their high basket, trying to clear the field of all yellows to make sure that their alliance gets everything that was close to them into that high basket. Odyssey going for the yellows into the submersible zone. In the meanwhile, Human Player and the Red Alliance starting the things. Overdrive starting to do a little bit of interference on 7172, pushing the robot, trying to get its specimen, but it will not let it happen. Overdrive trying to push 7172 quite aggressively in this match. And it looks like we have a pin call from the referee for that. Overdrive trying to push the technical difficulties in the wall. It will not stop that robot from scoring even more points. Odyssey, in the meanwhile, focusing on their high basket. Hebron Robotics reverting to scoring red samples into the high basket. Beautiful double arm mechanism of technical difficulties. One arm is able to clip it on while they collect another one. Overdrive going into the observation zone of the Red Alliance, which is a penalty on the Blue Alliance. Yet another foul on the Blue Alliance due to the aggressive play. Overdrive really just going after it and just trying to be a nuisance to the Red Alliance while their partner Odyssey is scoring into the high basket. Is it a winning strategy? We will see here in 17 seconds as the Red Alliance still has a lead of 215 points to 140 points against Blue. Hebron going in for the score in the high basket again. And now you're going to start seeing maybe a lot of the robots starting to hang here. Odyssey not off the ground quite yet, but it's now got a level 2 ascent. Hebron to get that level 2 ascent at the very last second.
All right, as we wait on the final results for match 40, heading into match 41. With the Red Alliance, we've got 11986 Code Blue from Bushland, Texas. with their buddies 22077 Marcus Minions from Flower Mound, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 27859, the Ravenbots from Cedar Park, Texas, with their friends 13755 RoboCat from Dimmitt, Texas. Now we just wait on the final results from match 40.
You've got a smile that can light up this whole
And for the final score for match 40, with the Red Alliance takes the win for match 40. And now we're heading into match 41.
Code Blue getting all those red, nearly all the red into the observation zone, possibly getting a foul due to human-player interaction. In the meanwhile, Marcus Minion is able to get 2 samples into the high basket. Blue Alliances come to a stop in the last 8 seconds of autonomous. But at least we have 1 park on the Blue Alliance getting them 3 points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, both Blue Robots up and running to try to fill in that nearly 100-point gap. They will be able to do it if they put their minds to it. It looks like the Marcus Minions going in to try to get that yellow piece. Something's not quite working. In the meanwhile, their partner, Team 11986, Code Blue from Bushland High School, trying to get that red sample out. Operating on a Code Red strategy here, getting all the reds they can out of the submersible zone. And it looks like the Minions resetted their robot and are able to work again. Minions going in for another yellow sample. Oh, and the yellow sample gets stuck on the robot, but they are able to spin it off and shake it off, kind of like Taylor Swift does. Any case, 27-8-59, pushing samples into the net zone.
Shake it off like Taylor Swift?
Yeah. All right, 13-7-55, grabs the blue sample. We're going to see a RoboCat hanging strategy. It looks like they're going to go for the low chamber because of the height of the mechanism on this one. But if they can do it fast and efficiently, those points will add up one after the other. Oh, and now it looks like Bushland High School's going to beat the Blue Alliance on that because they are scoring the high chamber ones efficiently, one after the other. Minions going in for the Peggy sample, and it looks like the Minions got Peggy sample, and they're going to score it into the high basket. They got to score it and get the ticket. They let go of it, and it falls out. They did not get the Peggy sample score, but they push it into the net zone. Looks like the Minions are trying to figure out what they're going to do for the last 8 seconds. RoboCats pinning the Minions, getting a foul on the Blue Alliance for that. And, of course, that's the end of the game.
We are waiting on the final results for match 41, heading into match 42. With the Red Alliance, we've got 10055 Momentum from Houston, Texas. With their buddies 26339 Mittens from Stafford, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 6832 Iron Rain from Dallas, Texas. With their friends 26949 Royal Society of Robotics from Norman, Oklahoma. And now we just wait on the final results from the previous match. All right, the final results from match 41. The winner is the Red Alliance for match 41. And now we head into match 42.
You ready? Sai? Ready? All right, here we go. We're going to go in 3, 2, 1, go!
Royal scores their first sample into the high basket. Mittens misses. 3 samples in the high basket here on the Blue Alliance. And they go for their fourth and final sample in the high basket over here. Good job, Royal Purple. Royal Society of Robotics. And at least here on the Red Alliance, they'll probably get the 2 yellow samples in the net zone at least.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Going into tell-off with
3,
at least 4 points.
2, 1.
Which is now 8 because all points double, everything scored in autonomous counts twice if it's still scored at the end of the round. Royal scoring Peggy's sample up there in the high basket. And it looks like Royal's going to go for a Clark sample and put them together. And it looks like a Peggy and a Clark sampled. Oh, no! Clark thrown out of the field, unfortunately.
So close, so close.
26339 trying to get their robot up and running again. They have an error in their control hub, a blinking blue. But now I see a solid red. Hopefully we will see that team Mittens go forward. In the meanwhile, Momentum trying to keep up the momentum by scoring stuff into the high basket, and it just flies out of the field. Royal coming in, scooting on the side there to get that blue sample. Royal trying to go in and get another sample out there, and they do. We're going to see a chain of sample specimen hanging here, starting now at the 48th second. We're going to see the blue score go even higher and higher as they score more and more. Will Momentum able to score something into that high basket? We are hoping they do. And they are going to move forward and go harvest one more sample to probably try to score it in. In the meanwhile, Iron Rain drops a sample into the net zone. Oh, it looks like Iron Rain trying to get one more sample out of the submersible within the next 17 seconds to fill up their high basket. Another specimen scored on the high chamber. With just 5 seconds left, we start to see a hanging robot Momentum picking themselves off the ground for a level 2 ascent, and the Royal Robotics Society finishing by parking, and Iron Rain parking too.
Again, waiting for the final results from match 42. Heading into match 43. With the Red Alliance, we've got 26722 Tech Support from North Richland Hills, Texas, with their friends 25943 Hive Robotics from Spring, Texas. Over on the Blue Alliance, we've got 26876 Ithacan Girls from Plano, Texas, with their friends 23361 Cosmobotics from Austin, Texas. And now we just wait on the final results from match 42. And the results for match 42. The Blue Alliance takes match 42, and now we head into match 43.
The Hive and Incan Girls scoring a sample into the high basket almost at an even pace. Jellyfish Robot coming in to score their second sample. In the meanwhile, the Hive has gotten 3 into their high basket. Oh, and 23-3-61 breaks their specimen into 2 pieces. Yeah. Looks like a part of the robot broke off. That's blue. Made people think that
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
people were thinking here at the field that
3,
the Cosmobotics
2,
had broken
1.
a sample into 2 pieces, but no, a part of the robot is broken off. Can they still perform with what they have? The Hive going in for the high basket. Jellyfish Robot scoring up on the high basket as well. 23-61, moving into a high basket strategy. Looks like their hanging mechanism will have to be fixed until their next match because their hanging claw has been completely destroyed. A 3D printed part, it seems like. Tech support coming in to score a specimen on their high chamber if they let go of it, and they do. Give it up for tech support for hanging something on the high chamber. Itkin Girls going in for another score into their high basket, a blue sample, and it's in. 23-61. Now that their specimen hanging device does not work, they are still able to efficiently score with the Itcan Girls into the high basket. But can 2 robots keep up at the pace of the Hive Robotics robot, who is also efficiently scoring into the high basket as well? And at this moment, we are practically tied with 133 to 129. It could be anyone's game. And ascend, a level 2 ascend, a level 3 ascend could be the difference between losing and winning, because these 2 robots are able to match the pace of the Hive robot, as well as tech support trying to go in and get another sample, maybe get the Peggy sample. We'll see which one they grab. And it looks like tech support is able to grab Peggy sample, but they let go of it. Here we go. Now we're in the last 25 seconds of the game with 153, now 161 in favor of blue. But this is practically a tied game. 2 robots keeping up to the pace of the Hive robot, which is something the Hive Robotics team will be able to brag about, how they were able to keep up against 2 robots. Hive going in for the level 2 ascent in 3, 2, 1, and that is the end of the game, and the Hive will let the referees decide if that's considered to be a level 2 ascent, if it made it in time or not. What an exciting match, to say the least. Let's give it up for that amazing, interesting match we just saw.
All right, waiting for the final results for match 43, heading into match 44. With the Red Alliance, we've got 13072 Fellowship of the Robot from Rockwall, Texas, with their friends 25950 Rusty Crabs from Plano, Texas. Over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 21932 Forged in Iron from Flower Mound, Texas, with their buddies 19955 Robo Rangers from Bushland, Texas. Now we just wait for the final results from match 43.
We never announce the best.
All right, and now for the results from the previous match. Match 43 goes to the Blue Alliance. And then real quick, Emily's got another announcement.
All right. Ooh, sorry about that. Earlier today in the pits, we did the Best Angler Award in celebration of the Into the Deep theme, and I just wanted to go ahead and quickly announce our winners. So the second place Best Angler Award goes to Kadir from 17294. We have a trophy for you if you want to come downstairs. And then the first place award is going to Sam, and not Sam, from 26949. So teams, if you won the Best Angler Award, please come down to the field and we will give you your trophies. Thank you.
And now we go into match 44.
All right, Forged in Iron and Bushland versus Rusty Crabs and Fellowship. A lot of amazing robots here on the field. Oh, wow, the Rusty Crabs are just falling over from joy over here that they were able to hang a specimen on the high chamber. Yeah. We love to see the excitement and joy of all students here at this event. Forged in Iron able to score so many specimens on the high chamber.
Pick up your controllers.
During their autonomous mode.
3, 2, 1.
All right, it looks like Bushland High School's Robo Rangers are about to focus on the high basket, possibly. I'm not sure. Forged in Iron is going to focus on getting all the blue samples it can out of the submersible zone from every angle from the submersible as possible. Fellowship of the Robot focusing on getting things in that high basket, red or yellow. They don't care. They're just trying to score as much as they can. It looks like Rusty Crabs coming in for another sample specimen scored on the high chamber. Bushland High School coming in for more samples into their high basket as well. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the match, and it looks like Fellowship is outpacing Bushland a little bit, but it looks like their partner Forged in Iron is making up the difference by putting all those specimens onto the high chamber with their two-armed robot, which grabs the specimen with one hand, hangs it with that hand, and then goes and grabs the other specimen with the other hand. Love that two-armed Dr. Seuss robot right there. In the meanwhile, Rusty Crabs going in for another red. Bushland High School efficiently scoring yellow samples into the basket, one by one at a time. Fellowship doing the same. Really, Blue Alliance ahead, 229 points to 136 points on the Red Alliance. It's amazing that the Red Alliance has done so much scoring in this game, and yet not enough to possibly win. However, they're about to hit the 200-point threshold. Maybe some ascents will be the difference between winning and losing. Forged in Iron scoring yet another specimen on the high chamber. Going in to grab another specimen. They have to give it to the human player to fix its orientation. The human player does fix its orientation. Forged in Iron going for it. Fellowship of the Robot doing a level 3 ascent to try to increase the Red Alliance score. Krusty Krabs going in to the observation zone for a park. And some sort of penalty on the Blue Alliance.
All right, waiting for the results for match 44 to come in. Heading into match 45. With the Red Alliance, we've got It Gun Stars from Plano, Texas. With their, whoa, I didn't announce their team number. The team number is 28920. With their friends 23465, Hebron Robotics team from Carrollton, Texas. Over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 22344, Catfish from Arlington, Texas, with their friends 28921, Itkin Innovators from Plano, Texas. And now we just wait on the final results from the previous match. We got the scores for the previous match. And the winner for match 44 is the Blue Alliance. And now we're heading into match 45. Oh, Blue Alliance with the highest score of the day.
Refs ready. Scorekeeper ready. Scorekeeper ready. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go! That was a launch. But...
And all the robots are stopped. 20 seconds to autonomous. Looks like the Red Alliance able to score 18 points versus Blue Alliance only scoring 10.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All 4 robots in motion. And it looks like Hebron's coming in to score some yellow samples into their basket. Itcan Stars pushing in the red samples into the observation zone. In the meanwhile, Team 22-344 Catfish going in for a high basket. And they miss, but they do get it into the lower basket, which is still points for them to score. They're going to go for another yellow sample on the ground, try to get it into their basket as well. In the meanwhile, 23-465 Hebron working on getting the yellow samples out of the submersible zone, apparently using a color stencil to hone in on yellow samples to leave all of the red samples to their partner, Itcan Stars. Like to note, this is an Itcan Stars versus Itcan Innovators match. 2 Itcan rookie teams that were formed in November playing against each other, building robots since November. Let's see which one will win this match if it's not a tie. Itcan Stars now working with that really interesting green claw to grab their red specimen and put it on the high chamber. Itcan Innovators trying to get that blue sample off the ground. Hebron, on the other hand, now just going in for more yellow samples, but it is now the end game period, and we'll see that 22-344 Catfish trying to hang themselves off the ground slowly but surely, giving themselves the entire in-game time to accomplish the task to be off the ground, and that is a level 2 ascent for Catfish. In the meanwhile, their alliance partner is trying to do some more specimens on the high chamber. Will they be able to get that last one in the last 5 seconds? The robot struggling to get it off the wall. It won't make it, and it looks like Hebron is now hung on a second level ascent.
All right, as we wait for the results for match 45, can go ahead and announce the teams for match 46. With the Red Alliance, we've got 7172 Technical Difficulties from Plano, Texas, with their buddies 21462 Data Not Found from Henderson, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 11719 Iron Hook from Lubbock, Texas, with their buddies 18900 See No Evil, also from Lubbock, Texas. Now we just wait on the final results from the previous match. We got the scores for the previous match. All right, and the winners for match 45 is the Red Alliance. And now we head into match 46.
All right, howdy. Welcome to the Yellow Rose Field. Nice to see all these robots moving. Oh, 11719. Iron Hook getting their yellow sample accidentally out of the field. In the meanwhile, technical difficulties, scoring 2 specimens, now 3 specimens onto the high chamber. Iron Hook, this robot a little confused, but it does park at the end of the match, of the autonomous period, I mean to say. Data not found, doing the motions, but not scoring anything into their baskets
pick up
yet.
your controllers.
They will do that hopefully
3, 2,
in 2 seconds.
1.
Iron Hook coming in to get that yellow sample off the ground with their claw. Data not found. Trying to grab that yellow sample, and they do. Will they be able to score it into one of the baskets? In the meanwhile, Iron Hook trying to score a yellow sample into the high basket, and they do. Data not found. Scores theirs into their high basket. In the meanwhile, Team See No Evil trying to start to hang specimens to keep up with technical difficulties. Very fast-paced specimen hanging mechanism. Iron Hook going into the submersible zone to try to get some of their samples, preferably yellow, to score into the high basket. And then meanwhile, See No Evil unable to hook that specimen in, but they're going to go in and try to get another specimen out of the observation zone. Technical difficulties, having so many specimens hung on their high chamber. Their arm honing in on the red samples that they can from that side of the robot, the submersible zone. They grab it, they hang, now they're looking for another red. Looks like, I don't know if it's an autonomous feature or a human player, or a human driver, I mean to say, who hones in on the red sample. It looks like the robot is looking for it using a sensor. Iron Hook trying to get that blue sample into the high basket. In the meanwhile, Data Not Found is able to score 3 into their high basket. See No Evil trying to see that they can get some of their specimens onto their high chamber. Iron Hook getting yet another sample into the high basket with a 205 lead, 205 on the Red Alliance versus the 70 on the blue. With the next 10 seconds, now the Blue Alliance just trying to score as many points as they can to get the achievement. And we have a blue Iron Hooked robot on level 2.
All right, as we await the final results for match 46, heading into match 47, with the Red Alliance, we've got 27619 Quantum Quarterbacks from Coppell, Texas, with their friends 17294 Overdrive Robotics from Frisco, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 27468 Ica Knights from Sac City, Texas, with their friends 3734 Iron Giant from Dallas, Texas. And now we just wait for the final scores for match 46. All right, we got the scores from match 46. And the Red Alliance takes match 46, and now we head into match 47.
All right. Head referee Ingrid starting the match with such spirit and enthusiasm, doing the hokey pokey, as she says. We are so appreciative of our volunteers, especially when they come from Oklahoma to come to our Texas event. That's just amazing. Thank you very much, head referee Ingrid. Oh, an overdrive knocks off their specimen off their high chamber, but they're able to score one specimen at the very end. At least they get some, maybe two, and it looks like the odds were in their favor.
Drivers,
they were
pick up
able
your
to score
controllers.
2 specimens, even though they knocked off
3, 2, 1.
Iron Giant going to score that specimen, hopefully right before they walk away. No, they don't. They just let it fly back for some reason. It's kind of Sassy trying to score as much as they can in that high chamber with a very, very efficient grabber. Oh, and now they have a yellow sample stuck in their robot. They need to knock that out or incur penalties for collecting more. And they got a sample stuck in their robot. They need to knock it out of their robot before they keep playing. So we'll see what they do. All right, Iron Giant coming in to get that specimen on the high chamber. Not quite. Hopefully they'll do it. Notice their driver is controlling both controllers with a little device that they had created so that one person can drive the robot with 2 controllers. All right, they were able to knock the sample out of their robot. Overdrive giving them interference on the field. As we say all the time, robot to robot contact is always to be expected. Overdrive wanting to be a nuisance to Itcon as they score in the high basket, trying to get in their way, not blocking, but necessarily they could be pinning. They have to be very careful how they play that defensive strategy. Finally, Iron Giant, they finally score a specimen on the high chamber. Let's give it up for Iron Giant for doing that success. And then meanwhile, Quantum Quarterbacks this entire time has just been filling the high basket on the Red Alliance. 25 seconds left. Saxy trying to get more and more into that high basket now that Overdrive is no longer focused on bothering them. Overdrive coming in to possibly park, push in that yellow sample maybe to get an extra point in their net zone. Iron Giant able to score 2 specimens now, and that's the end of the game.
Waiting for the final results for match 47 to come in. For match 48, with the Red Alliance, we've got 21693 Itgun of MCC from Friendswood, Texas, with their friends 10354 Mustangs from Sugarland, Texas. Over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 23778 Itgun Robotics of ICQC from Plano, Texas, with their friends 19564 Team Tawasa from Plano, Texas as well. And now we just wait for the final scores. Oh, we got the final scores? Perfect. The winner for match 47 goes to the Red Alliance for match 47. And now we head into match 48.
Scorekeeper, are you ready? Side. All right, everybody still ready? We're going to go in 3, 2, 1, go!
Wow, we have 3 Itcon teams in one match. And Mustangs over here pushing their red samples into the observation zone for the human player to hook on the clip. Itcon Tawasa not able to get that sample. They're a little bit off in their calculation. The robot still continues forward as if it had it. In the meanwhile, their partner, 23-778, Ithcon of ICQC, able to get 4 specimens
Drivers, pick up your
hung
controllers.
on the high chamber.
3, 2, 1.
(112-43) in favor of blue. Ithcon of MCC now going to go and try to score their samples into their high basket to make up the difference against their Ithcon brother teams. Ithcon Tawasaw going in, efficiently scoring. They don't care if it's blue. They don't care if it's yellow. It's going into that high basket, just as long as it's not red. Mustangs, once again, doing their efficient strategy of putting as many red samples in the observation zone in order for their human player to hook up as many as possible. Keeping all of their tasks organized in a task-based oriented system. Ithcon Tawasaw putting yet another sample into the high basket. Mustangs, now I hear them saying they're going to go for it, and they're going to start hanging all of those specimens on their high chamber, one after the other. Let's see if Mustangs can make the difference, which is a very possible feat, each of those being worth 10 points. They could win this match if they put their mind to it, even with just 40 seconds left. All they're going to do now is try to hang all of those specimens on the high chamber. In the meanwhile, though, Ithcon of ICQC also adding specimens to their high chamber. Ithcon Tawasaw also still scoring yellow or blue into that high chamber. Ithcon of ICQC scoring yet another specimen. Mustangs hanging so much on their high chamber does not look like it's going to make the difference between the match, but it's still a very impressive strategy and how Mustang is able to get that done really fast. Ithcon of MCC off the ground, and just 1 second left, and that's the end of the match.
Waiting for the final results for match 48. Heading into match 49. Over on the Yellow Rose field, we've got the Red Alliance with team 23344 Technical Turbulence from Plano, Texas, with their buddies 26644 Gear Minds Tech Team from Frisco, Texas. Over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 19956 Mayhem Performance Robotics from Bushland, Texas, with their friends 14637 Aquanauts from Lubbock, Texas. And now we just wait on the final scores from the previous match. And the score from match 48. '48 goes to the Blue Alliance. Moving on to match 49.
One sample in the high basket on the blue. Two samples, nope, second sample gets knocked out. One sample in the high basket on red. Technical turbulence, motion a little bit too turbulent, missed the specimen on the high chamber. Bushland High School, Mayhem trying to score as much as they could in the autonomous with 3 samples in the high basket.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3,
Due to the specimens
2,
hung on the high
1.
chamber, that puts Red Alliance in the lead. But Blue Alliance will be able to catch up if they continue to score those specimens on the high chamber. And it looks like they scored Peggy's sample up here in the high basket on the Blue Alliance in honor of their head referee. And Bushland scores Clark's specimen, or Clark's sample, into the high basket in honor of her husband. Gearmine's going for a lower basket technique. Every point counts. Oh, wait, no, they extend their arm, and they're actually going to go for the higher basket. In the meanwhile, Bushland High School's Mayhem robot is able to score efficiently into their high basket. But note, on the Red Alliance, the human player is now going to start hanging specimens on the wall for the Red Alliance to hang all those specimens onto their high chamber instead. Mayhem trying to fill that basket as quickly as possible. The Red Alliance now behind the Blue Alliance, but if the Red Alliance's technical turbulence team is able to score all of those specimens, that might be the difference between winning or losing here in match number 49. 40 seconds on the clock. Mayhem scoring as much as they can into the high basket. Aquanauts now starting to score specimens on the blue high chamber. Technical turbulence, quickly scoring as much as they can. It's neck and neck. It could be anyone's game. It looks like both alliances have caught up to each other in this match. With 20 seconds left, a sense can make the difference between losing and winning. Another specimen, another point, pushing 1 point into the net zone. Red Alliance has 173 points. Will they increase their score in the next 10 seconds? Both robots going up, trying at the same time to do ascents. We have a level 1 ascent, and it looks like we have a level 2 ascent. And even the Blue Alliance with the level 2 ascent.
And that was match 49. Waiting on the final results for that to come in. On to match 50 over on the Blue Bonnet field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 21171 Itkin Robotics M12 from Plano, Texas. With their friends 25783 Tech Titans from Frisco, Texas. Over on the Blue Alliance, we've got 12398 Bobcat Robotics from Dimmitt, Texas. And 19587 Epic Odyssey from Plano, Texas. Now we just wait on the final results from the previous match. Got the final results for the previous match. Match 49 goes to the Red Alliance, and now we hit into match 50.
It's gone. M12 scores 1 in the high basket. Odyssey kicking it out of the field. Bobcat Robotics going in to get another specimen off the wall. It seems stuck. It's just going to stay parked. In the meanwhile, this robot named Athena scoring 4 specimens now on the high chamber, showing that their team is indeed a tech titan.
3,
at this
2,
competition.
1.
Out penalty on the Red Alliance, which will add a little bit of a score to the Blue Alliance to close in the gap. Bobcat getting all the blue samples they can into the observation zone. In the meanwhile, M12 is going for all the yellows they can find in the submersible zone. Odyssey also going in with a clear path without much interference, scoring one sample after another into the high basket. Athena going in for some more red samples. M12 a little bit shaky in their robot's motion, but yet they are able to score samples into the high basket. Hopefully the team has figured out the center of gravity on that robot to make sure it doesn't tip over sometime. Oh. Yes.
19 did. They scored a silver and blue.
And with 50 seconds left, we're now going to see the Blue Alliance team from Dimmitt start to score things on their high chamber to catch up with the Tech Titans. But the Tech Titans, they're also going to be scoring on the high chamber. So it could be a net 0 increase for the Blue Alliance. For every specimen that they score, the Tech Titans will be able to score one as well. 25 seconds left, but still very proud of the Dimmitt team, able to score all of those specimens even during tele-op mode. Epic Odyssey scoring yet another sample in the high basket. M12 scoring a sample in their high basket. Robots are able to score very well in this match. It could be the autonomous mode that makes the difference between winning and losing, and that is the end of the game.
All right, that was match 50. Heading into match 51. With the Red Alliance, we've got 13755 RoboCat from Dimmitt, Texas. With their friends, 11719 Iron Hook from Lubbock, Texas. Over with the Blue Alliance, we've got 10055 Momentum from Houston, Texas. With their buddies, 28921 Icon Innovators from Plano, Texas. And now we just wait on the final results.
Still waiting on it.
All right, the final results from match 50 are in. And 50 goes to the Red Alliance. We head into match 51.
All right, we're going to go. Oh, are you ready? We're going to go in 3, 2, 1, go.
Momentum kicks their sample out of the field, but they're going to go in and try to get another sample, and it gets into their robot. Will Momentum be able to score it? And it kicks it out a little bit too high, like a projectile. Red Alliance able to score at least one sample in their low basket. Momentum parking. 28-921 also parking. 11719 Iron Hook trying to hook one last specimen, and they do. Very successful, very happy
Drivers,
about
pick
their
up your
success.
controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, we have an early start on the Blue Alliance. 1 minute and 55 seconds left on the match, and we can see here the Blue Alliance strategy is to push all the blue samples into the observation zone for the human player. Icon Innovators now probably going to start harvesting blue from the submersible. In the meanwhile, Team 11719 not wasting time. They want to hook as much as they can at the beginning of the match to start off the match with the high score, pushing in yet another red sample into the observation zone. In the meanwhile, their alliance partner, Team 13755 RoboCat, scoring as much as they can into the high basket. Will Momentum get it? And yes, The crowd goes wild as Momentum scores one sample into the high basket. We must celebrate all the successes of other teams. They worked hard to make these robots work, and every single sample that's scored is something to be celebrated. They kick it out of the field. They're not going to give up. They're going to keep going forward with their momentum. Iron Hook, hooking as much as they can on that high chamber, as much as possible, while their alliance partner is putting things into the basket. 28-9-21 now focused on hanging specimens with their robot with two claws. 43 seconds left on the match. Momentum, will they get it in? Please get it in. I'm hoping for it. Please, please, please. And it goes in. Woo! We are all so excited for them. With 30 seconds left on the match, it looks like Red Alliance is leading 167-76. Team 155 still going for more yellows. And then meanwhile, their partner, 28-9-21 Ithcon Innovators, hanging specimens. Iron Hook hanging specimens. Innovators going in to hang, at least to get a level 2 ascent within 8 seconds. We have a level 2 ascent on the Blue Alliance, 2 level 2 ascents on the Blue Alliance. And will we have a match with all 4 robots hanging? No, not yet, but 3 out of 4 robots hanging at the end of the game.
As we wait for the final results for match 51, we head into match 52 over with the Red Alliance. We've got 22-0-77 Marcus Minions from Flower Mound, Texas, with their buddies 26-8-76 Itkin Girls from Plano, Texas. And with the Blue Alliance, we've got 21-932 Forged in Iron from Flower Mound, Texas, with their buddies 28-920 Itkin Stars from Plano, Texas. And now we just wait on the final results from the previous match. All right, results are in for match 51. The winner is the Red Alliance gets match 51, and now we head into match 52.
Oh, it's Patrick. You ready?
Forged in Iron scores their first specimen on the high chamber. Team 26-8-76 drops theirs, but the Marcus Minions dropping invisible samples into the high basket. They grab that one, and now they're going to go in and get a second sample into the high basket. Forged in Iron able to get 3 specimens, now 4 specimens, onto their high chamber.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Itcon Girls putting red samples into the observation zone. And then meanwhile, Forged in Iron going to harvest. FTA needed on the Blue Alliance. Itcon Stars having a hard time with connectivity with their robot. Is stuck against the wall. In the meanwhile, Forged in Iron reverting unusually, not their norm today. They are now headed for the high basket, trying to get all those yellow samples off the ground. And wow, the robot is able to do it really fast. Robots that can do everything in the game are what's needed when something breaks. 28-9-20, looks like they're going to focus on the high chamber. In the meanwhile, the Itcon Girls, they are still getting more and more red samples into the observation zone to do a hanging strategy later. A lot of robots have mechanisms that spit out the wrong color. When the color sensor detects that they grabbed the wrong sample, it kicks it out, and then we're noticing that with the Itcon Girls robot. Minions controlling 2 at the time. Now Minions are focused on getting as much as they can in that high basket. They don't care if it's yellow or red. They just want it in that high basket because they're going to have to make up the difference to win this match. 28-9-20, still scooting blue samples into the observation zone because that green claw is going to grab it and hang it on the wall. Forged in Iron just getting blue, yellow, putting it in the high basket. Icon Girls finally scoring a specimen on the high chamber. They're going to spend the rest of their end game working on getting more specimens on that high chamber. But it looks like Blue Alliance is leading 222 to 98. All robots trying to score in the last 2 seconds, and each one walks away with an accomplishment.
Waiting for the final results for match 52, heading into match 53. Over on the Blue Bonnet field with the Red Alliance, we've got 17294 Overdrive Robotics from Frisco, Texas. With their buddies 23778 Icon Robotics of ICQC from Plano, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 23361 Cosmobotics from Austin, Texas. With their friends 13072 Fellowship of the Robot from Rockwell, Texas. Now we just wait for the final results to come in. All right, match 52 scores are in. And Blue Alliance takes match 52 as we head into match 53.
And it looks like the Blue Alliance is more ready than red. Just in their attitude. Yeehaw!
Let's start this shindig in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, Cosmobotics and it's kind of ICQC scoring each a specimen on their high chamber. Aquabotics, controlling 2, but at least they have more blue stuff in their observation zone. Fellowship of the Robot focusing on getting those yellow samples off the ground and putting them in the high basket, trying to get all of them in before the next 3 seconds. It decides to just move forward and stops in the middle
Drivers,
of the field.
pick up your controllers.
There you go.
3, 2, 1.
Overdrive's robot now in motion, going across the field to get some samples. ICQC now playing a focus on getting the yellow samples off the floor. Cosmobotics harvesting all the blue samples out of the submersible as much as they can so that the human player can turn them into samples, into specimens. It's kind of ICQC. Still working on getting that high basket filled. Fouls are being called left and right. Cosmobotics lost something. A little bit of robot poop on the on the field. Overdrive Robotics working on pushing samples into the net zone and being a nuisance to the Blue Alliance and pushing them around, not necessarily pinning yet unless they hit that submersible.
It's not pinning. You still have half the travel to go.
Overdrive Robotics pushing up against Fellowship of the Robot. In instances, questionable if they were pinning or not. And it's not questionable there. Overdrive getting a foul for the Red Alliance. And now we have pinning on the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance Robot's just squeezing and squeezing the Fellowship Robot. Lot of pinning in that match. Fouls might determine the winner.
That was match 53, heading into match 54 now. over here on the Sunflower Field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 27468 Itka Knights from Saxe, Texas. With their buddies 21693 Itkin of MCC from Friendswood, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 7172 Technical Difficulties from Plano, Texas. With their buddies 26722 Tech Support from North Richland Hills. Now we just wait on the final results from the previous match. Whatever happened there. Probably up a lot of stuff. Got the scores from the previous match. The winners for 53 goes to the Blue Lions. And now on to match 54.
All right, technical difficulties, able to score 2 specimens so far. In the meanwhile, in the Red Alliance, going in for a sample in the high basket. More and more specimens being scored. 5 in total during autonomous mode.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And that puts the Blue Alliance at around an 83-point lead. But it looks like the Red Alliance is able to score more and more into their high basket. 2 ITCON teams working together to get the highest score possible in the Red Alliance. 21-6-9-3, ITCON of MCC trying to get that specimen hung, and they are successful at doing so on the high chamber. 71-72, grabbing a blue, hanging a blue, grabbing a blue, hanging a blue, grabbing a blue, going back, grabbing another blue, and then hanging a blue. And it's just like clockwork for the Blue Alliance in hanging their specimens. Red Alliance going in to get some more stuff from their high basket, getting the Clark sample in honor of our FTA. ITCON scoring more and more in their high basket. In the meanwhile, tech support working on pushing samples into the net zone. Will tech support be able to push that sample into the net zone? Actually, they're trying to score Clark's sample in the low basket. If they do, that's going to get them a raffle ticket. And it falls into the net zone. They scored it, technically, and now they're going to start pushing into the net zone. And it looks like ITCON's robot over here has got knocked over and is at a tilt. It is at least not going out of the field. 20 seconds left. Technical difficulties have just filled their high chamber with as many. ITCON back on the ground. Everyone's so excited about that. We love to see it come back here at First Tech Challenge. And now 71-72, going to score just one last thing in the basket, or is it just going to go for a park? And it was indecisive with a level 2 ascent on the Red Alliance.
All right, waiting for the final results from match 54 to come in. Over on match 55, the Yellow Rose Field, we've got with the Red Alliance, 25-9-50, Rusty Crabs from Plano, Texas. With their buddies, 68-32, Iron Rain from Dallas, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 21-4-6-2, Data Not Found from Henderson, Texas. With their buddies, 266-44, Gear Mines Tech Team from Frisco, Texas. We got the scores from the previous match. The winner for match 54 is the Blue Alliance. And now we head into match 55.
Data Not Found, trying to score that yellow sample into the basket. Will it find it? It is found. Rusty Crabs yelling over here. 68-32, Iron Rain trying to score one more sample in the high basket in autonomous, and they are able to do so.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Crabs working on pushing all of their stuff. Interesting thing about the Rusty Crabs is their specimens are placed on the ground, not on the wall for the robot to grab. Very different than other teams here today, who normally grab their specimens from the wall. Iron Rain going in to get some more red samples. Data Not Found trying to navigate their way with their wobbly arm to get one of those yellow samples and hopefully score it in one of the baskets. Gear Mines trying to control their robot. It's spinning in a direction they're not expecting it to. However, with enough determination, they should be able to grab some stuff and possibly score it. Rusty Crabs going in to score even more specimens on their high chamber, grabbing it from the edge of the observation zone. As I said before, a different strategy than most teams who grab their specimens from the wall. They do save about a half a foot distance every cycle time. Rusty Crabs got Peggy's sample, and they're going to score it in the high basket, and they do. Data Not Found putting more things in the net zone, and they've scored 2 in the net zone. Does not have to be completely in to be considered scored, so they're going to go and get another sample they put into the net zone. We have 30 seconds left on the clock. Gear Mines deciding to just park. You can't control their drivetrain. They're putting down their controller. They're done. Maybe Data Not Found going in for a level 1 ascent. In the meanwhile, Rusty Crabs going to go focus possibly on their level 1 ascent. No, they're actually going to go for Clark's sample with just 7 seconds left. Doubtful they'll get it. Iron Rain scoring one last sample at the last moment, and they both go in and stop in the middle of the field. No parking points for Red Alliance, but it looks like they won the match anyway.
Waiting on those final scores for match 55 to come in. Heading into match 56 over here on the Blue Bonnet Field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 27859 Ravenbots from Cedar Park, Texas. With their friends, 26339 Mittens from Stafford, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 23344 Technical Turbulence from Plano, Texas. With their friends, 25783 Tech Titans from Frisco, Texas. Now we just wait on the final scores. There they are. Winner for match 55 goes to the Red Alliance. And now we head into match 56.
Looks like it's 2 blue robots versus 0 red robots. If the red robots don't show up, it looks like it's going to be a win for the Blue Alliance. And even though if the Blue Alliance automatically wins this match, they're still going to want to score as much as they can during the autonomous mode to increase their rankings on this display. All right. The head referee is asking to make a call whether we will do this as a 2v1 match. With that being said, it's not an automatic victory for the Blue Alliance anymore. But it will be difficult for the Red Alliance to catch up against 2 robots. Especially Technical Turbulence and Tech Titans, both robots scoring very consistently today. Could be possibly one of the highest scoring matches we've seen yet. Let's just hope the robots do not run into each other. We're about to play the match, 2v1.
Okay, Blue Alliance, are you ready? Yeah. Referee, let's do a little dance, a little bit of boogie. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
The match begins. Both blue robots have autonomous modes. Red robot standing, waiting just to watch the other teams play. And as you can see here, Tech Titans showing how large they are in their autonomous modes. Technical Turbulence seems to be stuck in the loop, not focused in on that yellow sample, but in the meanwhile, Tech Titans is able to score 2 specimens on the high chamber. Now 3. That one's barely hanging on a limb.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Now with the humans
2,
at the
1.
driver controls, let's see how much the Blue Alliance can score. But also, we're hoping for Red Alliance to score as much as possible to show the blue robots that they're not going to automatically win this match. They have to work at it. Ravenbots with their Raven Claw trying to get that red sample as quickly as possible. In the meanwhile, Technical Turbulence focused on the high basket today. Tech Titans focusing on actually putting samples out and they knock it to the wall. Something falls off their robot. Once again here on the blue bonnet field, more robot poop on the field. And it looks like by slamming into the wall, unfortunately, Tech Titans in their last match today have a broken mechanism that they're going to have to spend all night fixing for tomorrow. In the meanwhile, technical turbulence going in for the Clark sample to score it in the high basket, and they do. At this time, it's 143-0. At this point, I just want the Red Alliance to score at least 1 point so that we can be proud of them for an achievement today, because we don't want any team to walk away with a score of 0 today. Go for it. Itcon Ravenclaw. Go for it. Technical turbulence coming in to get some more. Tech Titans down for the count. Technical turbulence now scoring the Peggy sample in the high basket. Go for it. And the Red Alliance, they score something. Woo! No zeros today. Every success, 2 points on the clock. 15 seconds left on the clock. At this point, it is a one robot versus one robot thing. Wow. Tech Titans decides to move the robot and park it. Will we get a level 3 ascent in the next 4 seconds? We have a level 3 ascent.
All right, as we wait for the final results to come in for that match, we're heading into match 57 over here on the Sunflower Field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 19587 Epic Odyssey from Plano, Texas. Joining them is team 14637 Aquanauts from Lubbock, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 22344 Catfish from Arlington, Texas. Joining them is 27619 Quantum Quarterbacks from Capel. Just waiting on the final results from the previous match. Still waiting on those final results. All right, final results for the previous match. And 56 goes to the Blue Alliance. Now we're heading into match 57.
All right, everybody still ready? All right, we're going to go in 3, 2, 1, go. Woo! Movement. Abort.
I think we have to abort the match. Abort. Abort the match. You didn't start it yet? You didn't hear him count down? Oh, okay. What? He didn't start the match, so it's okay. Reset up. All right, we're good.
Sorry. Get set up for the match. Reset up.
And that concludes the warm-up for match number 57. Miscommunication on the field. Match did not get started in the system, but that's okay. Teams are resetting up their robot. Good thing there isn't randomization this year.
Referees, are we ready?
All right, the scorekeeper is ready.
We're going to go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Quantum quarterbacks coming in to score a sample in the high basket. Odyssey unable to get that specimen on the high chamber, but now they're going to go towards the yellow samples to score them in their high basket. Quantum missing the yellow samples on the field, and now they go and park. Odyssey unable to get the yellow samples in their high basket. Not much scoring in this autonomous, but we still have 6 seconds left. It seems like a little bit of a miscalculation in their autonomous code, but now we move into the driver control period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue Alliance has a lead. Catfish now moving. Catfish going to pick up the yellow samples from the Red Alliance side, which is completely valid since the yellow samples are anyone's sample. They're going to fight over it. Quantum quarterbacks focusing on getting stuff out of the submersible to score in their high basket. It seems like they are not discriminating between blue or yellow. They just want it. If it's theirs, it's going to go in that high basket. Catfish going in to get another sample off the ground, either to work on making it a specimen or to bring it closer to their partner. We have some fighting left and right between the red and blue robot here, over here near the submersible. Odyssey going in for the Peggy sample, unable to get it, but they grab it, they got a Peggy sample, and now they're going to be putting that in the high basket, getting them a raffle ticket. Blue Alliance robots working on still getting that high basket filled. Catfish driving around the field, hopefully trying to get more blue closer to Quantum so that Quantum can score it into that high basket for them. Aquanauts scoring on their high chamber now. Looks like their goal is to hang at least 4, if not 5, specimens on their high chamber. Really no clear winner in this match, as it is 81-88 in favor of blue. With just 17 seconds left, we'll see who can do some final scoring achievements to secure their win. It looks like Catfish hanging off the ground with the level 2 ascent. Odyssey knocked over, not ascending at all, and they won't be able to get back up in the last minute of the game.
All right, we're heading into the final 3 rounds for the day. As we wait for the final results from match 57 to come in, we're heading into match 58. Back over at the Yellow Rose Field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 3734 Iron Giant from Dallas, Texas. Joining them is 12398 Bobcat Robotics from Dimmitt, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 19956 Mayhem Performance Robotics from Bushland, Texas. Joining them is 26949 Royal Society of Robotics from Norman, Oklahoma. And the final results for match 57 are in now. '57 goes to the Blue Alliance. Now we're heading into match 58.
Royal Robot pushing in the blue samples into the observation zone, while their partner Mayhem scoring stuff into the high basket. Bobcat Robotics going in to hang one of their specimens on that high chamber, and it's a little off and is not successful. 3734 parked in the corner.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
2 minutes in the match. Royal slams against the wall, creating a gap between the wall and the tiles. Hopefully they'll be able to get out of it. Kicking Peggy Sample out of the field. Hopefully they'll be able to score more accurately here in a bit. Blue Alliance starting to make specimens for a hanging strategy that will come later. Iron Giant grabs a yellow sample, and they don't grab it. They thought they did. They did not grab it, and they extend it upwards. Very questionable whether they can get that back into their robot. And they are trying to collect it, that it fell out of their robot. Bobcat Robotics pushing blue samples, red samples into their observation zone. Also do a specimen. Blue Alliance, though, has more specimens hung on the high chamber than the Red Alliance does. We have a Clark and Peggy specimen scored in the high basket. Team 19956 doing so well at filling up the high basket. Iron Giant going to score another yellow sample into their high basket if they can get it in there anytime soon. Bobcat Robotics going for hanging their specimens now to catch up with the Blue Alliance's specimen count on their high chamber. Looks like they have 4 more ready to go for a total of 7 on the Red Alliance if they get all of them on successfully in the next 27 seconds. Royal Robotics scoring so many specimens on the blue high chamber. Looks like 3734 has the specimen dropped back into the robot, and they are just going to stay parked for the rest of the game. And Royal is off the ground on a level 2 ascent. And their partner, Team 19956, Mayhem, doing a level 2 ascent. Maybe. We will let the referees decide.
That was match 58. We're heading into the second to last match for the day, match 59, over here on the Blue Bonnet field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 10354 Mustangs from Sugar Land, Texas. Joining them is 21171 Itkin Robotics M12 from Plano, Texas. With the Blue Alliance, we've got 11986 Code Blue from Bushland, Texas. Joining them is 18900 See No Evil from Lubbock, Texas. Just waiting on the final results from the previous match. Yeah, just waiting. All right, scores for match 58 are in. And the Blue Alliance takes match 58 as we head into match 59.
Wow, what a high score that was. Robots. BHS Code Blue scoring their specimen. Mustang scoring their specimen. We have one now. Just one. Oh, and M12 hangs on their basket, knocks out their sample out of their high basket, unscoring their own points, bringing that back down to 0. It's 10 versus 10. Robots moving imaginary objects.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And we have a dead robot here on the Blue Alliance. Hopefully, FTA can maybe do something to make it come back alive. See No Evil going in for the blue samples. Oh, glad to see that the other blue robot is back alive, Code Blue. Finally, nice to see Code Blue playing on the blue side. Itcon M12 getting 2 samples in the high basket without kicking them out. Mustang very effectively getting all red samples into the observation zone. Very effectively doing it. The question is will they be effectively able to hang all of them within the next minute, which is about the time they're going to start doing it. It looks like Mustangs is now going to head to start hanging every specimen that it can on the high chamber while their partner M12 puts the stuff in the high basket. See No Evil going in for their 4th specimen to hang on the high chamber. Code Blue focused on trying to get maybe the yellow samples pushed into the net zone. Not clear what their strategy is. But with 30 seconds left, every robot's going to focus on scoring as much as they can in the last 30 seconds of the game. On the Red Alliance, getting as many specimens as possible. I mean, they got so many prepared to go. How many can they score in 10, 17 seconds? See No Evil doing well as well to get specimens up. M12 doing a level 2 ascent, going for their level 3 ascent, and they latch on. We have a level 3 ascent on the Red Alliance, probably securing the win for the Red Alliance.
All right, waiting for the final results to come in for that match. We head into the final match of the day, match 60 over here on the Sunflower Field. With the Red Alliance, we've got 25943 Hive Robotics from Spring, Texas. Joining them is 19955 Robo Rangers from Bushland, Texas. And with the Blue Alliance, we've got 23465 Hebron Robotics team from Carrollton, Texas. Joining them is 19564 Team Tosa from Plano, Texas. And now we wait for the final scores for the previous match. All right. We have the final scores for match 59. And 59 goes to the Red Alliance. And now for the final match of the day, match number 60.
All right. Robots scoring an accomplishment within just 3 seconds. 2 on the red side, 1 on the blue side working autonomously. Hebron on standby. Team 19955 scoring 4 specimens. Oh, their 4th specimen gets ripped off.
Drivers,
the chamber,
pick up your controllers.
leaving them with only 3 specimens.
3, 2, 1.
Team Tawasaw coming in to fill in more in their high basket, getting anything that is nearby and in the submersible. Team Hebron going in to help by putting the samples as close as possible so that they get it into the high basket. Hive going in to get the yellow samples to put into their high basket as well. It looks like Team Tawasaw will try to match the pace of Hive Robotics, who's able to get the samples in more efficiently, it seems. But they're running into each other as they try to harvest more and more. Bushland High School Robo Rangers trying to get as much red out of that submersible as possible. And they're hanging it on the wall. You're going to see a lot of hanging from Bushland High School here in a second on that high chamber. We have 1 minute left, and that's when you're going to see the hanging happening on the Red Alliance. Red Alliance wants to make sure their win is secured. Hebron getting the blue samples as close as possible to their alliance partner. Even if it means getting in the way of Hive, they're going to try to get that blue sample over there to their partner. Bushland High School scoring more and more and more on that high chamber, breaking the 200-point barrier, and their score is just going higher. Tawasaw unable to get more things into their high basket. They got it full. Will they keep trying to score in the high basket? Yes, they're able to get one more thing in the high basket. Can they get another thing? And it falls out. It looks like they're going to have to change their strategy within the next 12 seconds, maybe score elsewhere. They want all those points, and it's able to get in there. 5 seconds left on the match. It looks like Hebron trying to send. Looks like we only have level 1 ascents, 2 red and 1 blue, and a park.
All right, now we wait for the final results of the day to come in.
See you tomorrow. Thank you.
I'm getting pretty windy. All right, final scores are in for match number 60. The final match of the day goes to the Red Alliance. I want to thank y'all very kindly for coming out today, supporting your teams. Join us back again here tomorrow for some more fun. And please, 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 please drive safe on your way home tonight.